Okay, beautiful. I kind of forgot to unmute myself. Okay. No, I don't know jujitsu. I'm in California. Yes, kitchen dancing time. That was me a while back. No, I don't have a set schedule. No, this isn't my regular time. If you're interested, please feel free to subscribe if you're interested in catching future lives. Today is computer science related. No dancing during this live. Okay, sorry about that. I forgot I still had that on. Neat. Okay, so we're on the quest. We're trying to figure out. Okay, yeah. So I did just figure out which version of VirtualBox I am currently trying to use. So that's where we're at now. Okay, so it is his birthday. Oh, that's all the more bummer. So it's Robin Williams' birthday, but I just heard that Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away today. So that's a bummer too. All right. Okay, so yeah, that's why he's trending. That's so sad. And also Theo Huxtable was the character that Malcolm Jamal Warner was known for. 54 years old, my goodness. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up VirtualBox. And apparently it is the one that says 7.1.10. Okay, maybe this is going to just try and put it on again, in which case I think I already have it on. Okay, I feel like I already went through the steps and I don't need to actually try to install it again. I think what I need to do is just open the thing that said VirtualBox. Eh, okay. Let's see what that does. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to work with. Okay. Well, this is just not letting me do anything. Okay, hold on. Cancel. Settings. Turn that off. Put this back on, hopefully. Here we go. And back to my face. Okay, what have I been missing? Chat. Okay. So, wonder if I'll ask, did you want to try to adjust it? I'm not sure what that's in response to. Oh, the sound. Oh yeah, I fixed it. Wonderful said, I'm sure you got a lovely voice. Maybe. Wonderful said, okay. And then Robin Williams was a really funny guy. He was a hoot. He was very much outwardly hysterical, very funny. I'm just sad. Apparently, he was dealing with a lot of sadness that he couldn't quite figure out how to cope with. And that was a bummer. Okay, so we have the virtual box, and I downloaded a version of Mint. I mean, not Mint, a version of Linux. Let me double check that real quick. Yes. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go ahead and go through the process of getting Linux Mint on VirtualBox. I mean, Linux Cinnamon. Linux Cinnamon, because I decided to try out cinnamon. I like mint, mate, mate, Linux mate, mint, I think it is. But we're trying Linux cinnamon. Let's see. So on VirtualBox, let's see if we can get something right in writing. Wonderful said, I think he was suffering from dementia. Really? Let's see. Robin Williams, dementia. Oh, wow. Robin Williams, Lewy body dementia, and then ending one's life, and Parkinson's. Really? Okay, well, this is taking a bit of a pivot, but it is sciencey. So, plus, I'm really curious. Let's see. We'll take a brief aside, so we can just some learning. I like learning time, even if it's about things that bum me out. Okay. On August 11, 2014, actor and comedic genius Robin Williams passed away. Williams not only amplified awareness of the life-changing prevalent disease known as Lewy body dementia. Oh, really? Well, I missed all of that. But his passing brought much needed attention to the importance of mental health and the non-movement symptoms of depression and anxiety that often accompany a neurodegenerative neurodegenerative disease. Oh, wow. A decade after his passing, what do we know about Lewy body dementia? How can we help people with a neurological disease experiencing supernative taking one's life? Thoughts? What is Lewy body dementia? Lewy body dementia, LBD, also known as dementia with Lewy bodies, is a progressive brain disorder that is diagnosed when cognitive decline is an early symptom. It can also be diagnosed when cognitive decline and motor symptoms begin and develop together. Lewy body dementia is a common type of dementia. It is the second most common neurodegenerative dementia behind Alzheimer's, said Jennifer G. Goldman, MD, a Mass Section Chief of Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders at Shirley Ryan Ability Lab, and a professor in physical medicine and rehabilitation and neurology at Northwestern University Feinberg School of Medicine, a Parkinson's Foundation Center of Excellence. It is thought to affect 1.4 million people in the U.S., but is not widely recognized. With greater education and awareness with Lewy body dementia, including both dementia with Lewy body and Parkinson's disease (PD) dementia, we can start to change the landscape. That's a lot of interesting information about that. Well, okay then. I guess one more thing. What is the difference between Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's disease dementia? Lewy body dementia is a term used for both Parkinson's disease dementia and Lewy body dementia. They have some things in common, but their progression and treatment are different. While many people with Parkinson's can experience cognitive changes, it is important to know that not everyone with Parkinson's will develop dementia. When we see more severe cognitive changes, particularly when they affect someone's function or ability to act independently for activities of daily living, their work or hobbies, we think of that as being a form of dementia, said Dr. Coleman. With Parkinson's dementia, the motor symptoms precede the dementia. In dementia with Lewy body, the initial core symptom is dementia. Oh, cognitive changes are early and motor features, if present, occur either after the onset of dementia or concurrently, said Dr. Coleman. Wowee. Well, I just learned something new today, I think. Wow. Well, okay, that does explain some of what happened with that. Oh, hold on. Technically speaking, they do talk about that. Sure. All right. Let me check in on chat. Okay. Nothing new. I hope you're still here, wonderful. But I might have just pivoted off. I understand. So, fight for a diagnosis. Before Robin Williams was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia, it was reported that he had been experiencing paranoia, confusion, insomnia, constipation, and lacking the ability to smell. For many, the wide range of other symptoms, not all related to brain function, makes Lewy body dementia difficult to diagnose. Dr. Goldman urges patients to find their diagnosis, continue to seek the answers, and seek out a specialist to help identify the cause of the cognitive issues or type of dementia, said Dr. Goldman. The right doctor can change one's management, prognosis, and eligibility for participating in research studies. It's important to have the best understanding of the disease for the chance to have the best outcomes. Depression and in one's life. People with neurological conditions like Parkinson's are at higher risk for, according to a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in February 2020, depression can be a common symptom for both PD and LBD. People living with Parkinson's benefit most from a comprehensive team-based healthcare approach that includes a mental health professional with a team in place should depression or thoughts occur. You have an established relationship with a professional you trust. However, it's never too late to add a mental health professional to your care team. If you or a loved one is having those kinds of thoughts, find the resource that works for you. 24-hour prevention hotlines can help, such as the National Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. Seek professional help. Find a psychologist, therapist, counselor, or social worker you can trust and lean on. Stay engaged. It can be easy for people with Parkinson's to distance themselves. Try to connect with family and friends. Schedule regular phone calls and seek out support group or wellness class. Build your support crew. Call the Parkinson's Foundation helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, which is 1-800-473-4636, for help finding a local or online support group. If you have a care partner or family member, learn about warning signs and how you can help here. Ongoing hope. There are treatment options for Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's disease dementia. Healthcare teams are finding that the most effective approach is a combination of medication, physical and mental exercises, and incorporating a mental health professional as part of a care team. There's quite a bit of research going into Lewy body dementia, says Dr. Goldman. Researchers are trying to understand why it occurs and whether there are differences between Parkinson's disease dementia and Lewy body, despite the fact that they share many clinical symptoms and pathology. Ongoing research ranges from trying to predict or detect early changes in people who might go on to develop Lewy body dementia all the way to studying different treatments, from medications to neuro trials, starting to look at the roles of mental and physical exercises. And there's more resources and then related materials. And okay, then. Bummer. But also good information. Thank you, wonderful. I did not realize. Okay, so next up, let's do Oh, can I steer things from my phone? That'd be helpful. I can. Oh, that's handy. Okay. So we're gonna get back on to it. We are still working on, oh, joy. Okay, that's nice. I can use my phone to, great. So this is Linksmint forums, and we're going to try to set up our Linksmint on, okay. So someone asked me on the forum for Linksmint, they said, what is currently, and this was, when was this? Back in 2024. What is currently the best way to install a setup VirtualBox in Mint 21.3? Hold on. This is kind of opposite of what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to set up Mint on VirtualBox. Speaking of, let me pull that open again. Let's just run that as administrator. Okay, so chat open. Okay, here we go. Now I'm seeing what I did wrong. Okay, so if I add, I think all I have to do is find what I downloaded. I think that's all I have to do. Virtual machine files. No, hold on. Let's see. Import new. Okay, here we go. Virtual machine name and operating system. Please choose a descriptive name in and destination folder for the new virtual machine. The name you choose will be used throughout VirtualBox to identify this machine. Additionally, you can select an ISO image, which may be used to install the guest operating system. Okay, so I want this to be okay. I want this to be called Linux Cinnamon, and this is I guess I'll just call this 1. Link Cinnamon 1, and then I will go ahead and select the ISO image from my downloads folder. So this is Linux Mint 22.1. Oh, okay, I should probably fix that then. Cancel that. Linux Cinnamon 22.1. That was the idea. Okay, that's better. Linux Cinnamon 22.1. ISO image. Let's select it. Going to the downloads. Linux Mint. Oh, it's called Mint, and I'm usually doing Mate. That's what it is. Okay, Linux. Let me fix that again. I was just getting confused. Linux Mint Cinnamon 22.1. That's the idea. Linux Mint Cinnamon 22.1. That's what I'm. Great. Okay. So again, going to downloads. Here's the ISO opening. So it is Linux. So all of that got read from the file. I don't skip unintended installation. Detected OS type. Ubuntu 64-bit. This OS type can be installed unintendedly. The install will start after. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I mean, not if I remember, if I'm reading this correctly. Huh? That first next said hi, I didn't know you did CS. Oh, well, hi. Yeah, I do that. I got a master's in CS. I'm hoping to start coding like this week sometime. I keep saying that, but it's true though. Because the last time I got to do some coding was the day after my commencement last year. So I've been missing coding time. I have so many things I would like to code. How are you doing, Dapper Snack? Next. Okay, unattended guest OS install setup. You can configure the unattended guest OS install by modifying username, password, and hostname. Additionally, you can enable guest additions install. What does that mean? Okay, I need to research. I don't know what that means. And when you don't know what something means, your best bet is research. Unattended guest OS install. What does that mean? Unattended guest OS install. Jabbersnick said, got to go. I'm in class. I just wanted to say hi. Oh, sounds good. Well, catch you later when you're not in class. Enjoy your day. And thanks for coming by to say hi. Sorry if I missed you already. Bye for now. Okay, here we go. 3.2, unattended guest installation. What is that? Okay. Okay. Oracle 3.2 unattended guest installation. Oracle VM VirtualBox can install a guest OS automatically. You only need to provide the installation medium and a few other parameters, such as the name of the default user. Performing an unattended guest installation involves the following steps. Create a new VM, use one of the following methods: the VirtualBox Manager, the vbox manage create VM command. For the new VM, choose the guest OS type and accept the default settings for that OS. The following sections in this chapter describe how to change the settings for a VM. Prepare the VM for attended guest installation. Use the VM manage unattended VM box manage unattended command. Prepare the VM for unattended guest installation. Use the vbox manage unattended command. During this step, Oracle VM VirtualBox scans the installation medium and changes certain parameters to ensure a seamless installation as a guest running on Oracle VM VirtualBox. Start the VM. Use the VirtualBox Manager or the vbox manage start VM command. When you start the VM, the unattended installation is performed automatically. The installation operation changes the boot device order to boot the virtual hard disk first and then the virtual DVD drive. If the virtual hard disk is empty prior to the automatic installation, the VM boots from the virtual DVD drive and begins the installation. If the virtual hard disk contains a bootable OS, the installation operation exists. What? Oh, if the virtual hard disk contains a bootable OS, the installation operation exits. In this case, change the boot device order manually by pressing F12 during the BIOS screen. Section 3.2.1, an example of end-to-end guest installation, describes how to perform an end-to-end guest installation for an Oracle Linux guest. 3.2.1, an example of unintended guest installation. The following example shows how to perform an unintended guest installation for an Oracle Linux VM. The example uses various VBox manage commands to prepare the guest VM. The VBox manage unattended install command is then used to install and configure the guest OS. Create the virtual machine with the 3 lines of code listed. Note the following. The $VM variable represents the name of the VM. The VBox manage lists OS types. And list to the VBox manage list OS types command lists the guest OSs supported by Oracle VM VirtualBox, including the name used for each OS in the VBox manage command. A 64-bit Oracle Linux 7 VM is created and registered with Oracle VM VirtualBox. The VM has a unique UUID and XML settings file is generated. To create a virtual hard disk and storage devices for that VM. That's like 8 lines of code. The previous commands do the following. Create a 32,768 megabyte virtual hard disk. Create a SATA storage controller and attach the virtual hard disk. Create an I storage controller for a virtual DVD drive and attach an Oracle installation ISO. Also, configure some settings for the VM, VBox manage, modify VM, etc. So those three lines. And the previous commands do the following. Enable IO API-C for the motherboard of the VM. Configure the boot device order for the VM. Allocate 8,092 MB of RAM and 128 megabits of video RAM to the VM. Perform an untend install of the OS. That's step 4. All right. I wonder if that would work. Like, if those exact numbers would work for my system. Okay, so that's 4 lines of code. The previous command does the following. Specifies an Oracle Linux ISO as the installation ISO. Specifies a login name, full name, and login password for a default user on the guest OS. Note that the specified password is also used for the root user account on the guest. Installs the guest additions on the VM. Sets the time zone for the guest OS to Central European CET, Central European time. Start the virtual machine. This step completes the internet installation process. Yes, manage start VM. It's actually VM type. So what? I don't want to move right now. Okay. The VM starts in headless mode, which means that the VirtualBox Manager window does not open. Also, update the guest OS to use the latest Oracle Linux packages on the guest VM and the find command yum update. Okay. So I'm used to that not being a thing. Let me see what they say here. How do I go into installation? The box is grayed out and I cannot check it. Can't even change password or generate what to do. I do? You can skip it, but you can You can't skip it, but you can delete it. If you find the file for the VM, there should be a file that starts with untenant, and I just deleted that. You can proceed as normal once it's deleted. Make sure the VM down. Okay, so in my case, I kind of rather stick with what I know. And I'm not used to this idea of unattended installation, and it seems like a lot of extra steps I don't really want to bother with. Hold on, can I not? You have selected to skip unattended guest OS install. The guest OS will need to be installed manually. Great. Let me do that then. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, come on. Let me do it then. Is that literally the only way I can proceed? Okay, cancel. Let me try this again. New Linux Mint. Oh, spelling's like super important. Linux Mint Cinnamon 22.1. Desktop. Downloads. That one. Open. Skip. Okay, now I can go next. Hardware. You can modify virtual. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, so let's go through steps, I guess. Let me check in on. Okay. Hello, TikTok. Hello, YouTube. All right. So I'm going to do so. Okay. All right. So now we get to this. Like, what should I be setting up with? Okay. What is currently the best way to install setup VirtualBox in? No, hold on. I feel like that is backwards from what I am trying to figure out. Okay, Linux. Okay, VirtualBox. Linux Mint. Okay, definitely backwards. Okay, that's more what I'm trying to do. Okay, help Linux Mint 22 on VirtualBox. Everything went nice until the running part. GNU Grub version screen doesn't work properly. I chose Startling's Mint22 Cinnamon 64-bit, but no screen, just black page. Help, please. Okay. So what we can do now is look to see if there is a tutorial for VirtualBox. Probably. Okay, training. Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox is a cross-platform virtualization product that enables you to run multiple operating systems on your Mac OS, Windows, Linux, or Oracle Solar systems. Not only is VirtualBox an extremely feature-rich, high-performance product for enterprise customers, it is also the only professional solution that's freely available as open source software under the terms of the GNU General Public License GPL version 3. Start headless virtual machines. Examine virtual machine details. Create virtual machines. What? Okay, what is a headless virtual machine? I feel like I've heard about that before, but it's not coming to mind. Okay, headless virtual machine. Google will fix my bad spelling. What does it mean when you run your machine in a headless or detachable state? What benefits do both provide? Normally, when you start up a VM, you get a console window that allows you to interact with the guest machine. This console window is the virtual screen for the guest. When you close the screen window, VB will ask you how you want to shut down the underlying VM. Headless simply means you boot up the VM without having a screen connected, which is how most data center servers operated. It's really handy for things like Vagrant, where you only need the service the VM provides, not a full GUI experience. Detachable means that you can attach a screen to the guest while it's running, but that doesn't necessarily need to have one to start up or even shut down. Use cases? Well, headless is handy for spinning up a pure server application, e.g., a Minecraft server, a Plex Media server, etc. The tools for interacting with the VM are well and truly outside the VM, and the VM provides services to a number of different clients. Detachable is handy for doing the same thing as for headless, but there are some tasks for which you need to work within the guest GUI. So I imagine that your guest is Windows. Oh, no. So imagine that your guest is Windows and you have to manually point and click or something to get a service up and running or to make sure OS updates are properly applied or whatnot, but only some of the time. There's a time you'd like it to just sit over in the corner and do its thing. Okay. One note, headless and Notch were identical, but where headless starts without opening a monitor, window displaying its status, you can attach a monitor to it where it becomes just like a detachable virtual machine, just by pressing the same button you would to start, except it says show. Similarly, a detachable machine, once you close the monitor, becomes like a headless one, including the ability to reattach the monitor window. Great. So I wouldn't necessarily want a full headless. The detachable sounds interesting. Okay, so for the purposes of today, we're just gonna go ahead and oh, is it all just? Because I'd rather not watch your video. As fun as videos are, I'd rather just have something to read. Gee, that's unfortunate. Okay. Fine. We're back to the other way then. So you can modify virtual machine's hardware by changing the amount of RAM and virtual CPU count. Enabling IFI is also possible. So what's a good amount of memory for Linux, Mint, Cinnamon? I guess would be step one. Linux, Mint, Cinnamon, system requirements. Exactly. Huh? Hi, Malamat. And then also you said I'm El Nazir? Well, hello, El Nazir. Okay, so system requirements. I don't necessarily need to know them compared to anything. Okay, so system requirements. This one. So it needs 2 gigabytes of RAM. 4 gigabytes of RAM is recommended for a comfortable usage. Sounds like a good idea. And 100 gigabytes of disk space. Okay. And 1024. Oh, 2 gig? Well, yes, but I like going for comfortable usage. I think that sounds fun to try. So we'll toy around with the 4. But I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know, because it's been a while since I set up Linux on a virtual box. Quite a few years there. I feel like a decade maybe, but probably not all that way because I effectively 11 years ago I wasn't doing anything computer science related, nor did I intend to, but funny how things work out. Actually, no, more like 12 years ago. Oh, but as far as like having to do VirtualBox stuff, yeah, that was a while. Let's go. All right, so let's do that then. So the base memory, they're saying, oh, they are talking about RAM. Okay, cool. So let's see. Oh, I gotta whip out my math. I gotta whip out my math. Oh, boo. Okay, so it's been a while since I did conversions from gigabytes to megabytes, but the idea of a megabyte is it's what is it? I feel like it's 100 bytes, but it could be 1,000. I'm always getting those two mixed up. Either way, there's a handy thing called Google. So I just have to say how many megabytes for gigabytes of RAM. So let's do that. I don't have all day. 4 gigabytes, 2 megabytes is 4,000. Okay, sounds fun. Okay, 4,000. Okay, 4,000 megabytes of RAM. and then 2. That's sounding nice. Okay, let's see if we can verify. I'm just no. I think that sounds like the way to go. I'm always the kind of person who likes to add, triple check just in general. Okay, so we're thinking 2. That sounds likely to be the case. I guess it kind of just depends on what I'm trying to do. Okay, what are the CPU requirements for Linux Mint Cinnamon? On the website I found that requires 2 gigabytes of RAM minimum, 4 gigabytes recommended, and 20 gigabytes storage, but nothing on CPU. I have an old laptop with 8 gigabytes of RAM and i3 dual core 1.7 gigahertz. I wish to put Mint on it as I plan to give it to my wife. She'll mostly use it for light work and office internet. Thanks. So I said that's better than the first laptop I daily drove Linux on. Give it a shot on the live USB and see how it runs. For that use case, it should be all right. And they said I want to use Windenu. Said I want to use Windenu. I want to use Cinnamon as it's pretty fun, to be honest. I remember putting Mint Cinnamon on an old Gen White Shell MacBook, and it worked all right for the most part. As long as you weren't being graphically intensive with it. Not sites like YouTube. See, I might, though, is the thing. It will work, man. I run walk maybe it on Atom. Should run fine. I installed. Yeah, but how many CPUs? Uh, Keep in mind, 20 gigabytes storage is the absolute bare minimum. I get 50 gigabytes to really 2 and 450 gigabytes to home, and 8 gigabytes should be recommended RAM. 8, really? Processing will grab all you have in short order. I recommend swap to file over a swap partition. Easier to manage. Mint Cinnamon was my start till I switched to i3WM. It's a good start. We're off of a CD USB stick, so you can try before you commit to rewiring your disk. Do bear in mind that this I/O will be massively slower. It will take longer to boot and start programs. I'd expect the CPU to be up to the job if it's still using a spinning disk. Then replacing with a solid-state drive would make a big difference, and Linux does not need much space. 128 gigabytes would do. Nobody wants to. Oh, here we go. Finally, the CPU needs to be x64 compatible. Your biggest bottleneck will likely be the GPU. You may need to take extra effort to set up the proprietary drivers if there are any for it. Use okay. I think we're gonna go with 2. I think we're gonna go with your suggestion there because I don't particularly know. So they're like 8. I wonder. Okay. I think let's see what 8 does. Because it's one of those things where I'm trying to get it set up as nice as possible for potential future use cases. And I'm trying to do some multimedia stuff. Uh, I don't know when, but at some point in the future it'd be nice. So let's go ahead. We'll try 2. All right. And then create a virtual hard disk now. Okay. Okay. I don't think it's a good idea to pre-allocate full size because I would like to, um, what does that mean? First of all, okay. What is pre-allocate full size? Too low? Benjamin. Hi, Benjamin. What too low? Are you talking about the CPUs? Okay. How many CPUs are good for computer programming? Let's see. Okay, what number of CPU do I need for development? How many CPU cores should a software development computer have? At least one, otherwise you can't get your computer to do anything. Keep in mind that 30 years ago, most sailors would be happy if they had a whole processor all for themselves, as they generally had to share a computer over terminals with dozens of others, and they could still develop great things. Another point I want to make is that writing code and testing the compiled result is just a small part of the job. Most of the work is thinking and designing, which you can actually do without processors, just with a pen and paper, as I still do quite often. Great. But at some point, you will be writing code and you will need to fulfill the minimum requirements of your IDE and programming language. So if your super powerful compiler requires a 24-core CPU with 512 gigabytes of RAM and 2 terabytes of disk space to compile a Hello World application, then that will be what you need. Fortunately, most developers can do a good job with a 64-bit system with a quad-core processor at 2 gigahertz and 8 gigabytes of RAM and about 40 gigabytes of disk space. That should be fine for most mundane tasks. Okay. Visual 2019, Visual Studio 2019 system requirements confirms what I said. If you want to use Visual Studio, also preferred a dual monitor setup so that you can read your code on one screen and do the other stuff on the second one. Uh-huh. Okay. Elder Kirstenmom said you need processing power for a lot of different stuff as a software developer. One, write the code. Two, build the application. Three, run the application. Software engineering happens in a text editor. Writing text is easy on the CPU. One is easily enough for that. You could probably write your code on your phone. The only one you had back in 2000. I once heard that to build Windows Vista, the team at Microsoft needed a week for a full build, and they had a dedicated server cluster for this. Software engineering also means running your software. If you're developing the newest AAA game, you might not only need 8 powerful CPU cores, also 2 or more very powerful graphics cards. Finished games are heavily optimized in order to crunch out the last graphic details. If you are still developing the game, it is not yet optimized, you might need 2 or 3 times the more GPU power than your user. If you're developing for the cloud, though you are probably not going to run the software locally, instead you're going to build and deploy your software somewhere in the cloud, maybe you don't need many CPU cores to do that. But depending on what you're building, you might need a bunch of servers. True. Okay. Ken Greg, to learn programming, you don't need more than one core, but the development tools Use typically house is required, which might include a minimum and a recommended number of cores. For example, if you're going to work with a Visual Studio 2019 Community IDE, Cura plus paywalled. Oh boo. Well, okay. I'm poor. I don't have something for that. Maybe one day I won't be so poor and I can afford stuff like Cura plus when I'm doing computer science stuff. But not today. Okay. So kind of seems like it depends on what I want to do. So Unity on Linux. Is that something I have the option of doing? Start your create projects and download the Unity Hub. Sure. Download the Unity Hub. Linux is an option. Great. What do you need to get that going? Like, what's the system requirements? Here we go. Sense requirements. Ubuntu 24.04. Don't say. Following operating systems. Ubuntu 24.04. Really? Well, that's good to know. Use supports. Okay. We could try it and see what happens. If it lets us. I don't know about today though. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure out like, do they require any number of CPUs? Okay, so that's Red Hat, and that's setting our Ubuntu. So hard to say. So it doesn't really go into anything to do with what computer, like other than the operating system, it doesn't seem to go over settings. Let's see. No. Okay. So anything else that's a potential use case? MATLAB for Linux. Okay, that's potentially a thing. Does this say anything about what it needs? Okay, here. Linux system requirements. Okay, what version is... Okay, Linux Mint Cinnamon or Ubuntu. Which version of Ubuntu are we talking about? Okay. Fine. Back. So they said this is effectively Ubuntu. Back. They said it detected a 64-bit Ubuntu. But like which? Now I'm thinking I might have to just reconsider doing the Mint, even though I love Linux Mint. If they're saying that it works on Ubuntu, hmm, that's interesting. Okay, so not lab. They would prefer Ubuntu 22.04 and Unity on Linux. They would prefer okay, here, Unity Engine and Linux. Okay, hold on. Christian 904. Hello, I'm writing this topic asking about the duration of using Unity Engine on Linux. My computer has Windows 10 installed. The Windows system has lost support. I'm thinking about Linux because it's lighter. Someone is using the Unity engine on Linux. Please write your opinion suggestion. Unity works great on Linux, especially when using officially supported distributions. I installed Ubuntu about 5 or 6 years ago when I was stuck on a support call with Microsoft to give credit to Microsoft. They did sort out my Windows license, although I haven't needed it much since. Since Shadow Blitz 16 said no, it doesn't, don't lie. Unity is for me bugging on Linux. Windows popping up in the wrong places, text input lagging, skipping characters, plastic SCM, using the UI component name instead of its text. A whole host of issues. Also, you need to know how to use the terminal if you're going to install Linux, since there is no installer or binary for Linux. Also, know only Ubuntu supported, even though it still has all of these prompts. And then, as F. Johnson said, this is just my experience. Yours might be different. I remember some UI issues in older Unity Linux builds before it became officially supported around 2019, though I didn't keep detailed notes. I'm not using Plastic SCM, and in my 13-year career as Unity developer, I've only encountered one project that used it. I got it working, but my experience with it is limited, and to be honest, I don't care about it, and hopefully I can carry on another decade or so before seeing it again. I've been using Linux as my daily workstation since the pandemic, when working from home became a common thing alongside a MacBook Pro slash M2 Mac Mini for building and deploying to iOS. I have no complaints or feel that is worse in any way compared to my Macs. Christian 904 said, thanks for your answer. It's official. An official is support 22, but 24 also works. Chris said, in my experience, Unity 6 runs well on Debian 12 with GNOME running on recent hardware and the NVIDIA graphics driver. There are some other issues with panel arrangements when dragging and dropping panels in different areas of the window. I sometimes have to guess where it'll be pinned, otherwise I haven't experienced any crashes or component failures. It actually seems to be more stable than on Windows 11. I know Debian isn't officially supported, but it is the OS I use every day, and I was tired to switch between Windows 11 and Debian.mm, so I decided to give it a try a couple months ago. I'm pleasantly surprised how straightforward was installation and how smoothly it runs. Oh, as I've Yeah, and since I forgot to mention that I'm using X11 and AMD graphics cards. Some newer distros use Wayland by default these days, which is not as mature stable. Although it were problems with other software when using it that made me stay away, perhaps time to try again. Okay, so if I did go the Unity route, I'd probably stay with doing that with Windows 11. Okay. Uh okay. To get started for Roblox for developers. Get started for developers. Roblox is a global platform where millions of people gather together every day to imagine, create, and share experiences for each other in immersive user-generated 3D worlds. The Roblox platform and its community offer a compelling, unique destination for engaging kids through learning and play. This article outlines services catered specifically for developers interested in education. Yeah, sounds great. Learn about Roblox as a development platform, find what works, and view resources to jumpstart development. If you're a school educator or partner interested in working with Roblox education, we advise starting at the education website. Well, great. I don't actually like this is more interesting for me. Education on Roblox. Roblox experiences transport students through space and time into virtual worlds designed for exploration, investigation, and experimentation. Students can witness and dissect scientific phenomena, see what it was like to live in ancient Rome, or even build virtual robots. Fun. Okay. This section helps developers understand what they can design on Roblox. See the educational partners page to learn more about leveraging the Roblox platform for educational purposes. Inspiration for developers. Designers looking for ideas for educational experience can find a variety of topics and example mechanics in live experience is to explore Roblox within the inspiration guide. Example educational experiences. Below are some examples of educational experiences highlighting the wide range of educational content developed on and available on Roblox. You can see, this is the kind of stuff that makes me just elated, super happy. I would love to make at least one educational experience for Roblox. That'd be so fun. Mission Mars. Engineer a river to withstand challenges on the harsh Martian landscape. Designed by the renowned Boston Museum of Science, this experience fosters STEM and design thinking. Lua Learning. Learn computational thinking and Lua coding with Roblox. Users can complete interactive courses and even find user-created lessons on advanced technical concepts such as network security. Oh, that's a good idea. Untamed animals. Become a park ranger or role play as an animal as you explore nature and engage in an active ecosystem. This experience has users building empathy for wildlife through gameplay. Love it. Very cool. Developer Roblox. All Roblox experiences are developed in Roblox Studio, a professional development engine similar to Unity or Unreal. Okay, good. Learn about Roblox Studio. Learn how Roblox offers an all-in-one tool to develop global multiplayer experiences for free. Sounds like a blast. Start using Roblox Studio. Begin with the basics of building a world in Roblox Studio. Developing a Roblox. Discover more in-depth topics in development, such as best practices for setting up teams, visuals and optimization and monetization on Roblox. Design for education. To assist developers interested in learning. Yep. Roblox provides resources to pivot to educational game design. Thank you. Ding, 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 we have a winner. These articles cover topics such as the integrating gameplay with learning, meeting student user needs, and more. Design educational experiences. Introduces designing for educational games. Focus on defining educational experiences and integrating gameplay with learning. Planning for educational settings. Provides a primer for anyone interested in building experience to be used in the classroom. Yes, that'd be amazing. If I actually was able to make stuff and random people would just be able to like do stuff in the classroom, that'd be so fun. This article includes explanations of classroom structures, user needs, and resources for assessing student progress. Yay! Designing studio templates for partners interested in teaching Roblox Studio, maybe in the future. This article covers how to build custom templates for lessons such as computer science or building. Ooh, also fun though. Oh, okay. So then the $1 million question becomes, what are the requirements for really? Oh, resources and opportunities. In addition to documentation, Roblox Education has different programs that kickstart development of educational projects. You don't say. That's cool. Roblox Community Fund. The fund provides investments, grants, and advances for education partners to develop curriculum and educational experience that leverage the platform in immersive and compelling ways. For more information, contact us. Education open office hours. Meet one-on-one with a member of the Roblox education team for free assistance on. I kind of want to know if they're hiring people. That's kind of fun. Wish I had time. I know it's remote and it's probably going to be Monday to Friday. I don't have time for all that. Not yet, anyway. Meet one-on-one with a member of the Roblox education team for free assistance on a specific topic. The team can assist you with developing an educational idea, assessing educational value, and discuss other issues related to development. Apply to participate. Fun. Learn and explore sort. Many Roblox users interested in education find new experiences in the curated Learn and Explore sort. Experiences here can expect more significant traffic and visibility. Information about eligibility can be found on the special sort page. Frequently asked questions. Can I contract Roblox to develop a project? Roblox doesn't actually develop experiences. Every experience on the platform is created by the Roblox community. If development assistance is needed, explore the Talent Hub as a means of finding potential developers, coders, and creators. How do educational experiences monetize? Developers have a variety of options for monetizing an educational experience. Traditional monetization still applies for developers interested in pursuing informal learning, such as edutainment experiences. Really. For developers interested in creating for schools, note that monetization is prohibited during school hours. Such developers can pursue alternatives to traditional monetization, such as offering teacher training and lesson resources outside of the Roblox platform. So if it's edutainment experiences, that's interesting. Okay. Well, it's hard to say what I would do, but I do know the reason why I came here is to try to figure out how to set up the virtual box. So Roblox Studio. Okay. So Roblox Studio. The social 3D creation platform. Roblox lets you create anything you can imagine with a comprehensive set of powerful 3D collaborative creation tools. Our platform provides you with an unparalleled opportunities to create content from simple avatar items to immersive multiplayer experiences. Watch over you. All the tools you need for free. Roblox simplifies. Okay, that's good to know. Really? Oh, that's really cool. All the tools you need for free. Roblox simplifies creation by providing. That is called interesting. I like the free part. That's really great. Roblox simplifies creation by providing free tools, hosting, and infrastructure that power automatic synchronous real-time gameplay as well as covering storage, localization, and payment processing. Okay. Roblox Studio, the all-in-one eyed with generative AI and technology for building, scripting, testing, and publishing Roblox experiences. Yeah, maybe. Roblox Engine. I'm still, about AI. Like, best case, it's going to be a net positive. I'm not opposed to that. I hope, best case. That'd be great. An advanced 3D engine with access to robust data storage, physics simulation, and standard prototypes to build anything you can imagine. Nice. Open the cloud, a set of web-based APIs that let you build tools and apps to access your creations. Nice. Creator Hub. Manage your creations, view analytics, track earnings, and connect with the community all from your web browser. Large multiplayer experiences on any device. Experiences, here we go, this is what I need to know. Experiences are the 3D worlds you create, including games, communication, or learning environments, visual showcases, oh, fun, concerts, real-life simulations, and more. Get started engine API. Simulate by default. Construct 3D worlds that closely simulate real life with out-of-the-box objects and services. The Roblox engine provides default behavior and logic that do the heavy lifting. Nice, infinitely customizable. Almost everything in Roblox is customizable and dynamic, letting you override default properties in the engine at build time or scripts at runtime. Intelligent client streaming. The Roblox engine adjusts how it delivers your experiences to clients based on available resources, so anything you create runs on all devices automatically. Okay, nice. Expressive avatars for everyone. Avatars persist across all Roblox experiences by default, allowing users to create unique characters and outfits to take with them wherever they go. Create anything from clothing, accessories, animations, and even complete characters. Now, that would be a fun thing to start with. Fully customizable characters, create full characters or individual body parts that users can equip. What? Okay. Expressive body and face animations. The animations let avatars move with their body and face. Layered clothing. Clothing can layer on top of each other on a multitude of different body shapes and types. Cloud-based asset management. From 3D models to audio to plugins, create and share assets with the rest of the creator community to start their productivity. Oh, that sounds fun. Publish and share, sell plugins, import assets from other digital. Okay, hold on. Publish and share from 3D models to audio to plugins. Right. Sell plugins. The creator store lets you publish and sell plugins that increase the studio's functionality and feature set. Import assets. Import assets from other digital creation apps for 3D art, images, audio, and video. Interesting. Extensive scale monetization. Reach a massive global audience of hundreds of millions of users across 180 countries with efficient discovery and user acquisition. Reach hundreds of millions instantly. Deploy globally in seconds across major platforms, from mobile to console to desktop to VR, and in multiple languages. Analyze your growth and your creations. Measure and gain insights on your experiences, performance with your robust set of analytics tools, adjust content strategies, and rapidly iterate to get your desired outcome. That is a variety of strategies. Earn money in many ways, including in experience purchases, ads, as well as selling avatar items or creator plugins. Huh. That is all interesting. Well, anyway, step one, get started. Studio. Okay, great. Roblox Studio. Roblox Studio is free to use and has everything you need to start posting creations to hundreds of millions of Roblox users on consoles, desktops, and mobile devices. Build, script, test, and publish. This is a robust set of building, scripting, testing, and publishing tools directly in Studio. What I'm not seeing is easy 3D world building, drag and drop objects into your workspace, move and rotate to get things just right, and texture and polish your world to get the right look. It tells you better syntax, highlighting, code completion, and inline documentation like your script easily. Emulate a wide range of screen sizes and form factors to make sure everything looks and feels great before sharing your experience with the world. That's good to know. Oh, that's also helpful. A standard and flexible data model. Data models let tell the engine how to render and simulate your experience. Studio can manipulate data models at both edit and runtime, allowing you to create and iterate freely. Out of the box premise and services. Construct 3D worlds that closely simulate real life with out of the box premise like simple 3D objects, physical constraints, and services for lighting, sound, and more. Choose what Roblox provides by default or customize behavior with part overrides and scripting. Oh, that is nice. That is handy to have the overrides available. AI tools to accelerate creation. Assistant lets you focus on creativity by using AI to automate mundane tasks, manipulate the data model, generate materials and textures, and more. That kind of makes sense. Let Assistant take action. Ask questions and get answers, or let Assistant update the data model directly. Assistant can add objects in bulk, modify scripts in place, optimize code, and much more. Generate materials and textures. Bring your experiences to life with custom materials and textures from your 3D objects. Rig and cage avatars. Import character models and let Studio automatically rig and cage them to support layered clothing. Oh, that is handy. Collaborative as is core. I'm seeing how this particular AI they have is really freaking helpful for saving a lot of time. Collaborate, because I have had experience with dealing with 3D modeling. It's a class I took back in high school, long back in the day, and that was some tedious work just to do the simplest thing. Collaborative at its core, Studio lets you collaborate, create in real time with small or large teams like real time team creation, build and script collaborative in Studio. Watch your teammates' creations come to life before your eyes. That's fun. Group based. I did take two video game classes during grad school, and the team part was tricky. So group based access. Control access to your creations and control how multiple team members work on the same experiences. Use the same assets to share profit. Whoa, that's nice. Especially that they put in the share profit part. Share and access millions of assets. You can create and access millions of freely available models, meshes, images, sounds, and videos in the Creator Store. Nice. Okay, so that still didn't quite answer my question, which was, okay, maybe stop. What are the system? There we go. That's what I need to know. System requirements. So it's either Windows or Mac, nothing for Linux. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that being use case for VirtualBox, so that's good to know. Okay, so what I need still to know, so I'd likely use Unity here on my main computer, and I don't see me running off and getting a Mac anytime soon, so I'd be likely using Roblox here on my main computer. for Windows 11. So what else can I potentially use? Okay, so YouTube, uh, API, Google for developers, YouTube. Lets users watch, find, and manage YouTube content. Play YouTube videos. Use an embedded player to play videos directly in your app and customize the playback experience. Add YouTube data. Let users search YouTube content, upload videos, create and manage playlists, and more. Add more. Oh, that's interesting. Add more YouTube features. Analytics and reporting. Understand your users and how they interact with your channel and your video. Subscribe buttons. Enable users to subscribe to your channel with one click. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, I'm seeing this thing about the YouTube researcher programmer. Researcher program. And this is for researchers interested in using data from YouTube's global API. Oh, that is interesting, but not right now. Live streaming. Schedule live YouTube broadcasts and manage your broadcast video streams. Okay, so there's a way to do live, but I'm trying to figure out if there's any way to it looks like you can play the videos, but I don't think you can do anything like download to YouTube. But you can do live streaming, so that is interesting. So just if I had an app that just simply had the live streaming and then had the subscribe button, that's interesting. And had a player. It's not like that wouldn't be a good thing. I'm kind of curious about what the Google developer um, program is about. Like I've been seeing that a while, like for a few years now. I might already be in it with my other account. Anyway, what I was trying to figure out is whether or not anything I could potentially want to do with Google API is something I could do with Linux. Okay, so you'd have to register your application. And here's a lot of the so that's live streaming. That's interesting. Okay, so Benjamin said, oh, did I lose my, okay, hold on. Algon's Felicity said hi. Benjamin said hi. Then Benjamin asked, isn't that RAM too low? I'm still trying to figure that out. And then Benjamin said, leave the disk size as is. And Benjamin said the RAM you allocated plus the CPU. So you're saying those were both too low? And then you said it depends on the language you'll be using. Well, technically, I was just kind of, for this particular, what I do with the VirtualBox, what I do um, with the Linux, I was just gonna use C, potentially C++, but for sure C and potentially C++. Can I not? Am I just wrong for thinking I can do that? I know I can use C. I kind of like the terminal experience. Sorry, I didn't realize that I was missing out on chats because chat stalled out on my phone. So I might have missed it by now. I don't know. Oh no, it didn't stall out. I just got mixed up on which Nightbot was happening. That was just my brain stalling out. Okay, my apologies. Oh, no. I'm so already missed you, Benjamin. It's good question. I'm still kind of trying to like think about what I could potentially be doing. But I guess I could just start with like something small and then work my way up to like a different thing if I need to. But that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out is what makes sense. What are the potential use cases that I'd want to put on this? Being an professional C++ dev on Linux, what's important to know? I have been contacted by some companies for C++ roles, but I don't have experience being a C++ dev on Linux. Last time I used Linux was a decade ago or so. What do you think is important to be aware of? I'm developing things with modern C++ that usually don't have to deal with much OS specific things, so I would like to know what exactly changes when developing on Linux and which tools you use and distro maybe. Sarah said, well, you should definitely brush up on your Linux skills. It helps a lot. For the most part, you won't really notice a difference in OS when it comes to the programming part, though as long as you use the tools you should be using anyway. Using cross-platform builds system, the sadly de facto standard is CMake. If you have more control over your project, you can look into much nicer and more modern ones, such as Mason. Use whatever IDE you feel comfortable with. VS Code works everywhere, and despite it technically being just a fancy text editor, it's basically no different from a full-blown IDE until stuff like Vim, which needs a heck lot more configuration to come close to that. Other options on Linux are Key Develop or Qt Creator, possibly Fine. The biggest problem C++ in general is package management. Under Linux, you can get quite a few libs with the distribution's package manager, but most of them require you to actually own the system. So this might not be the case in a company. You'll probably have to use whatever solution the company uses that can be get submodules. CMake's fetch content or things like Conan. Which Linux skills do you consider important? Know SSH, including key pairs, environment variables, particularly path and LD, underscore library, underscore path, and CMake, and at least one editor and IDE with a modern tooling. Typically, they'll check a .plain dash format file to the repository and that you use the dev environment you prefer. File manipulation mentally. It is not uncommon that Windows-only based software opening, writing, and reading files have these needs to open files with read, write access denied to other processes for no good reason. On Linux, it is impossible to do any forced locking of the file. So if you do some stuff with a file under Linux, expect that. Another process can read the file while you're writing to it. A process can write to the file while you're reading to it. Another process can delete a file, name of the file, unlink it while you're working on it. That's a lot. As suggestions I can say, use Debian family distros like Fedora, the RP, distros like many packages that you need for development. I usually just use plain Debian or Ubuntu. Really? Okay. Setting up a dev environment, installing compile, etc. is much easier because the package manager will do this for you with a few app commands. You're ready to compile C++ from a fresh installation. So it looks like two reasons why I should try and um, go with Ubuntu. Okay, I usually make heavy usage of the command line, so maybe you should know the basics. Command line, yeah. If you're doing work with a GPU, good luck. I got stuck unable to work for 2 days because I need to call sudo NVIDIA -xconfig. Nice. Nice. I got downvoted. Yeah, my experience is invalid. Never happened. Nice. Oh, shame. You can start by using Linux in a virtual machine. There are plenty of free videos and writing tutorials or tutors on the web. If you prefer books, try How Linux Works 3rd edition and Linux Command Line 2nd edition, both from No Search Press. For C++ development in particular, besides the actual C++ knowledge, which I suppose you already have, you should be familiar with CMake. Install Ubuntu with build essentials. Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice to know. That's actually a thing. Oh, okay. Install Ubuntu with build essentials, GCC, G++, GEDB, CMake, Git, and do some project to see the typical Linux dev workflow. For code editing, Visual Studio Code with the C++ decision family is really good. If you prefer an IDE, try Cleon requires monthly yearly subscription or Eclipse. But C++ support both work well on Linux. Okay, that's good to know. I've used Eclipse before for a little bit. I definitely have experience with the Visual Studio Code. So Ubuntu seems like the way to go. Okay, let's pretend we should go the Ubuntu route. What is Linux versus Ubuntu? No, Linux and Ubuntu aren't the same, but they're in the same family. Linux is a main system it's trying to like a strong foundation everyone uses. Ubuntu is a type of Linux, but on this foundation, built on this foundation. Think of Linux as the big picture, and Ubuntu adds its special stuff like a friendly look and extra software. Okay. Ubuntu Enterprise? iPort chick. What? What is called free? I like free. Download Ubuntu. Okay. Okay. I like free. That's great. Okay, I'm digging this. Sounds fun. Okay, okay. Ubuntu desktop. Ubuntu for desktops, the #1 open source operating system, powers millions of PCs and laptops around the world. Okay. Ubuntu desktop for developers. Whether you're an app or a developer, engineering manager, data scientist, or AI ML researcher, Ubuntu is your ideal workstation. Okay. Why choose Ubuntu's desktop? The developer's choice. Using Ubuntu desktop provides a common platform for development, tests, and production environments. That's handy. Tools such as Juju, Micro K8, Multipass make developing, testing, and cross-building easy and affordable. Okay. Long-term support releases are delivered for 2 years with 5 years of standard support. Extended to 10 years with the Ubuntu Pro desktop subscription. Well, maybe in the future. Not right now. I'm poor. New developer editions of Ubuntu desktop are released every 6 months. 9 months of support and access to latest kernel libraries and new streams OS features. The Ubuntu release cycle. Okay. So for Unity, they were saying Ubuntu, and they were saying, like, just in case for some reason I said, hey, I want to try and do that. Would that work? Again, it doesn't seem likely that it would. 24.04. 0.04. Okay. Okay. 24.04. That is called the one that, okay, cool, cool. So that's the one they're talking about. That's interesting. I'm not gonna lie, that is interesting. All right. So here is support for Ubuntu releases, access to cutting edge hardware and software. Oh, that's nice. Oh, okay, okay. Ubuntu ships with the latest tool chains for Python, Rust, Ruby, Go, PHP, and Perl. And users get first access to release updates for key libraries and packages. That is handy. Ubuntu is OS choice for data science and machine learning. Also interesting, with support for popular frameworks like OpenCV, TensorFlow, Keras, PyTorch, and Kubeflow or Kubeflow. Ubuntu's target platform for the NVIDIA data science stack. Oh, that is handy, which enables GPU accelerated data science workloads to be run locally before deploying to the cloud. That is actually helpful. Ah, boo. But unfortunately, necessary evil, I guess. How, um, how Ubuntu enables AI innovation? I don't know how I feel about that right now. Take your mouse to production with open source AI. Build enterprise-grade AI projects with secure and supported canonical MLOps. Develop on your Ubuntu workstation using Charmed Kubeflow or Charmed ML Flow, and scale up quickly with open source tooling in every part of your stack. Why choose the canonical for enterprise AI? Reliable experts to speed up your AI journey. One vendor support your AI stack, run your workloads anywhere, including hybrid and multi-cloud. Simplify operations with cycle management and automation, full per node subscription. Develop artificial intelligence on any rate. Okay, I do love some Jupyter time. The other things seem interesting. Ubuntu, the OS of choice for data scientists. Develop machine learning models on Ubuntu workstations and the benefit from management tooling and security patches. Read more about Ubuntu workstations, move beyond experimentation with machine learning operations. MLOps is a short term for machine learning operations, and it stands for set up practices that aim to simplify workflow processes and automate machine learning and deep learning deployments. MLOps is an approach that enables you to deploy and maintain models reliably and efficiently for production at a large scale. Okay, that's good. Open source MLOps tooling, that I like, if it's free especially. So, Charmed Kubeflow, develop and deploy models with automated workflows. Charmed Kubeflow is in MLOps platform is designed to run AI at scale. It is the foundation of canonical and MLOps and seamlessly integrates with other big data and machine learning tools. Charmed MLflow. Track your experience and get a better overview of your model catalog. Charmed MLflow is an open source platform used for managing machine learning workloads. It integrates with other ML ops tools to cover different functions of the machine learning lifecycle. Charm Spark. Simplify the best way to run Spark, whether on the cloud or in your data center. Runs on Kubernetes, includes a fully supported distribution of Apache Spark. Charmed Open Search. Charmed Open Search simplifies the operations of your favorite search and suite. In addition, Open Search provides an integrated vector database that can support AI systems by serving as a knowledge base. Run AI at scale, Canonical, and NVIDIA. With NVIDIA AI Enterprise and NVIDIA DGX, Charmed Kubeflow improves the performance of AI workflows by using the hardware to its maximum extent and accelerating project delivery. Charmed Kubeflow or Kubeflow can significantly speed up model training, especially when coupled with DGX systems quick deployment. Run the entire ML lifecycle. Composable architectures, reproducibility, portability, and scalability. Read our joint white paper. Use modular platforms to run AI at the edge or in large clouds. Production-grade projects require a solution that enables scalability, reproducibility, and portability. Canonical MLOps speeds up AI project timelines, giving you same experience on any cloud, whether private or public. Low ops, streamlined lifecycle management. A modular and open source suite for reusable deployments. Read more about Edge AI. Open source AI services managed canonical and lots. Focus on building production grade models, while canonical experts manage the infrastructure underneath. 99.9% uptime, 20% monitoring, high availability. Get the managed ML ops station. AI consulting. Work with our experts to understand your data better and deliver on your use case. Data exploration workshop, canonical ML ops deployment, ML ops workshop, POC based. Get to the AI consultation support. Looking for support. AI open resources, blah, blah, blah. Case study, real-time space tracking with, oh, that's fine. Guide to ML ops, guide run. AI at scale, canonical and NVIDIA and Kubeflow versus MLflow. Target sports. That's interesting. Large ecosystem, which stops store of over Sometimes applications in addition to the Ubuntu repository. It's easy to tailor Ubuntu desktop to your needs. Development tools include Visual. Ooh, IntelliJ, I like that one too. Ooh. And Unity is part of it. Oh, okay. And Blender. Oh, I thought that was a Blender feature. Oh, okay. I think we have a winner. I think we do need to start with Ubuntu because I love my Linux Mint back when I was in that part of um, my experience level, but now I've learned so much since then, including a lot of gaming that I would like to look into. So, and also having these other options available, like the Zoom and stuff, could come in handy if I ever do anything with this other than just tinker around by myself. So development tools include Visual Studio Code, IntelliJ, Git, Kraken, Unity, and Blender. Office productivity tools include Slack, Microsoft Teams, Dropbox, and Zoom, as well as the Microsoft compatible LibreOffice. Oh, I've had a little bit of experience with that. Media, gaming, and content creation apps included Spotify, Steam, Discord, and OBS Studio. That's interesting. Learn about Snapcraft. So those are some of the things. Certified hardware. Tracker. But I don't have a choice. Come on. This is the problem I have. I can't tell when something's toggled on or toggled off. I wish I could just say don't accept. Like, I don't know what. Okay, that's on. Okay, I need that off. Off, off. I don't have a choice. Okay, save that. Okay, so the apps store for Linux. Huh. Oh, yes. Okay, development. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, then. Okay, so I am. Okay, that's interesting. Games. I don't want to play game though. I want to make game. As much as strategy games are a fun time. Okay. Really? Google? How does that work? Google Cloud. Oh, right. Okay. That's interesting. That's not a bad idea. I'm kind of leaning toward dealing with that kind of thing. Not gonna lie, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Spotify? Huh. Oh, okay. That's funny. Labor of love. Okay, Microsoft. What's the point? Okay, code. Yeah, I was figuring. That makes sense. Okay, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so now it's looking like I'll keep cinnamon mate, not mates. I'll keep Linux mint cinnamon, but I won't prioritize trying to get that one going because I'd rather set up something I can do a bit more with. And this seems like it might be helpful. Okay, I guess. Okay, so if I were to search for Unity, is that development? Oh, robotics, that's fun. Uh, I know I saw something that said Unity, but I'm not seeing Unity now that I'm looking for Unity. Maybe something changed. Again, it's not necessary that I would need to have this for Unity. I was just curious if I have options for when I want to do Unity development. Okay, Roblox is a no all the way across the board. Right, right. Okay. So code for sure would be helpful. I do like my IntelliJ. I don't know. I'm kind of like more interested in just keeping it simple. I'm of two minds. I'm of two minds. I'm not gonna lie. Part of me wants to go and like go crazy with um a whole IDE, but then I'm like, well, why don't I just stick with um Microsoft to start and just do that because I'm so used to that. But and then I'm just like, well, then why am I trying to make two of the overall glitzy thing when I can just not? I mean, eventually it's gonna make sense to have Ubuntu and all that. So it's not like it's a bad idea to have it set up. I am going to be putting on different things on this virtual machine, so I could still have Windows 11, then the Ubuntu, then whatever Linux Mint I want. Uh, that's true. I don't know. 50-50. Okay, so um I think I will at least download Ubuntu and then yeah, it seems kind of minor. Like what I want to do with the Linux Mint just seems kind of minor and like I shouldn't need a lot of stuff. Ooh, Jupyter Lab. That's fun. But like I could see needing like a whole lot more for Ubuntu. Because it seems like you can do a lot more. Maybe I'm just making that assumption though. Okay, so that for sure needs 8. But that does AI, so I kind of would rather not just to be dependent on AI. So that's the other thing. If I'm trying to do a server, but I think that's more so stuff I would be interested in playing around with on my other computer. Technically, okay. What are requirements to run Linux or Ubuntu on a computer? Bare minimum, I would say I have 3 computers at home. One laptop to desktops. All of these were bought for my children some 5 to 8 years ago. After they upgrade to better machines for Windows' sake, I repurpose them for my daily use. I have stopped buying brand new systems since Linux can run basically older machines, and I find it pretty wasteful buying new machines, paying premium for specs I don't use, and added that I have to uninstall Windows from my favorite Linux distro. Modern Ubuntu needs 64-bit dual-core CPU, 2 gigabytes, that's good to know, of RAM, 4 more is recommended, 25 storage, and a screen resolution that was a year ago. Remember that you can run Linux on a potato. Some distributions support 32-bit, and as long as 256 megabytes of RAM if it's minimalistic. What are requests to run Linux or Ubuntu on a controller? Linux or Ubuntu is a bit of a duplicate. Ubuntu is a Linux distribution. To run Ubuntu, the distribution you need to a relatively new computer with one of these processors. x86 architecture of PC compatible using i32 or x86-64 processors, but not Intel. E0386. Really? Oh, what's my... Really? It's probably what mine is. Wouldn't be surprised. No, I don't have an i3. It's an i7. 64-bit ARM PowerPC architecture instruction business machines. Spark only officially supported. To run Linux, that's a lot. Okay. So it looks like I could, in theory, is I'm likely not going to be running them at the same time. Okay, this seems like helpful. Dual core. So if we were going by server logic, which might be a fair thing to go by, let's check that one. Installation system requires. Speech to tell is the hardware required for Ubuntu as derivative versions. Okay, cool. Recommended minimum system requirements. Hold on. Most people want to install desktops such as Ubuntu, Kubuntu, RX, Ubuntu, or Ubuntu. Desktop system is typically used for personal computing tasks and has a graphical user interface, while a server system typically has a command line interface. Okay. Oh, really? I like command line interfaces. Oh, I kind of just want to get the server one. Oh, I guess I could technically get both versions. There's no reason why I can't, right? Okay, the recommended minimum system requirements here should allow even someone fairly new to install Ubuntu or GNU Linux to easily install a usable system with enough room to be comfortable. Here we go. Simply try Ubuntu CD as a live CD first to check this hardware works. Ubuntu Desktop Edition 2 gigahertz dual processor. Okay. So they're like for virtualized installs, which is I think what I'm doing. It's 2048. But I could just go ahead and do 4096. Okay. Okay, let's pretend. Let's pretend like that's gonna work for both of these things. Okay, Linux, Mint, Cinnamon, .22. Okay, let's try the unintended because I'm getting sleepy trying to do all this. And apparently this is a subtype of. Okay, let's just see what Linux Mint Cinnamon 22.1 has to offer before I start trying to do something other than that. So, oh, I forgot to. Hold on. Okay. Let me get that going. Other. Ooh, download. ISO. Okay, gotta start fresh. New. Linux. Mint. Cinnamon. 22.1. ISO. Okay. We'll just. Uh, Oh man. Okay. Maybe I do want to skip that. I don't know. I'm tired. Okay. Let's just go through those steps. Okay. New. I could always do that later for a future thing. Linux, Mint, Cinnamon, 22.1. Okay. So we're gonna skip the unattended. Okay. So they're saying 4096 effectively for for physical is what they would recommend. And I was saying, well, if we went with okay, 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 4096. Let's try it. 4096. 4096 MB to GB. What is that? 4. So if we wanted to up that, okay. So let's assume 8. That puts us there. Let's assume 2. 4. Let's assume 4. So they were seeing 25 gigabytes should be enough. And also, who else was saying that was Benjamin. Wow, how do I keep missing? Oh, hi, Prince Christian. I don't know how I just keep every time I look at my phone, I always see Nightbot. Keep missing everything else. I'm sorry, Mr. Tux or Tux comments. Chats? That one, chats. Well, thanks for saying hi, and yes, we are probably not. Well, we're getting our way to trying to get to some coding at some point, but we're still trying to set things up for coding. All right, so then, okay, so then let's say that's all good. And I wouldn't want to allocate full size because I'm trying to run things. Okay, so then OBS system, try to Also make sure there's no conflicts going on. What's the typical system requirements for OBS? Okay, not much going on for that. Okay. Oh, there's an audio mixer guide. Oh, I was wondering. Okay. Anyway, back to it. So that probably makes sense to keep it at 25. Like like Benjamin was saying. That seems to be good. And yeah. Okay, so then what else do we want to? We can submit some in. Following table summarizes the configuration you have chosen for the new virtual machine. If you're happy with the configuration, press finish to create the virtual machine. Alternatively, you can go back and modify. Okay, so I'm thinking looks good. Looks good. I guess. Sounds good. Should we skip that? 8,000 with 4. What would be the point of enabling EFI? Let's double check that. Why do that? Setting up my first. Okay, great. So some of my Reddit are Fedora 2 years ago. Setting up my first virtual box on boxes. Is the memory allocated only once while the box is running? Otherwise, the box isn't running, it's free. What if I end up needing more storage? What are pros and cons to enabling EFI? Okay, great questions. Yes, RAM is only used when the VM is running. Dean K5 replied, and then added it later. If you don't know if you need EFI, you probably don't need it. In my experience, it's slightly longer to boot from EFI. Also, GNOME Boxes uses KVM by default. It's different from VirtualBox. You probably meant to say VM, virtual machine. I didn't mean VM. Sorry about that. What? Upside down, smiley face. Running with EFI will allow it to access to OVM instead of CBIOS. This gives it access to more modern bootloaders. If you're virtualizing a modern system, it likely won't matter. But I would still recommend enabling EFI just because it's more modern. TLDR, yes, correct. Adjust it. It's complicated. The amount of system RAM that is consumed is directly related to the amount of RAM in use within the VM. For instance, assigning 8 gigabytes of RAM simply tells VM that it has a maximum of 8 gigabytes to use. If the VM itself only uses 2 gigabytes of RAM to operate, then the system RAM consumed is only 2 gigabytes, not 8 gigabytes. Thus, if the machine is not running, the draw is 0. So really, if you have 16 gigabytes in the host system, you can actually run 4 virtual machines with 8 gigabytes of each, as long as the combined usage doesn't exceed 16 gigabytes. The host system's own usage must also be accounted for. The CPU works the same way. You can assign as many cores to a VM as the CPU has, so as long as the combined processing power of the VMs and hosts does not exceed the physical unit limit. RAM CPU and most all of the settings can be adjusted after the fact. Okay, good. That's what I need to know. Simply turn off the VM, change the setting, and turn it back on. So that's what I was thinking, but like I'm so forgetful. It's been so long. Storage, however, requires a bit more effort. The Vita system would have to be modified to adjust the capacity and then adjust it logically with a partition manager of choice. Okay, so As for EFI, use it. It is the current standard across the board. With regards to modern OSs, this is the same choice when determining if you're installing outdated BIOS hardware or standard modern UEFI hardware. Not having the EFI enabled is the equivalent of an old BIOS-based system, Windows 7 or older. Okay, for reference or newer system in CS7 legacy mode, while this is a hardware functionality, or so to say, it is the firmware that controls the hardware. It definitely has an effect on the OS installation, and some of its capabilities use EFI unless the OS or some other functionality requires old standards. Okay. So if that's the case, I can double check Linux Mint Cinnamon EFI and see if anything pops up. Okay, Linux Mint installation guide documentation. Does the herb still need to on the first EFI installation secure EFI secure if after installing Linux Mint in EFI mode you are unable to boot due to secure boot violation, you can try one of Find solutions. Really? That seems like to be a pain. What? If after installing Linux Mint in EFI mode, your computer skips the boot menu and boots straight into Windows or another. Really? Does the newest version of Linux Mint work with a? That's my one. No. Does the newest version of Linux Mint work with UEFI BIOS? Does the newest version of Linux Mint work with the UEFI BIOS? This is still an issue. I'm a Linux newbie and was planning on using Rufus or Surdo to make a bootable drive to use on a couple of laptops with UEFI. Thanks for any helpful comments. Of course, you must change the boot order, however, and this depends on the exact BIOS. The only trouble is secure boot. Some implementations would have issues. It's gotten better, but it can still be problematic. Never heard of Sardu, but if you have issues with Rufus, try Vintoy. This is a multi-bit solution. Once you have installed Vintoy to a stick, you copy, not burn access to it. When you boot from the stick, Vintoy asks which ISO you want to boot. Booting UEFI has not been an issue for years. Just had a with a Sardu. Okay. Well, LM21.1 will no longer boot with secure boot. Ubuntu 22.04 will, if you can turn cboot off, you should be able to boot LM21.1. You can then turn cboot back on. Hopefully this problem will be fixed in LM21.2. Is cboot really necessary on Linux? I can see how it might make Windows more secure, but my HP BIOS makes a big deal out of informing the user that a security feature for Windows only in a big red message with lots of exclamation points before it lets you get to the menu and enable disable it. Thought this was the upstream problem that had been fixed. Canonical. I'm talking to MS. Yep, MS changing something again and breaking people's ability to use their hardware they bought again. To fix this problem, the Mint team would have to sign the 21.1 ISO with a new key, which I have been told here will not happen. Canonical has signed its. Okay, that's just a bunch of stuff. That's nice to know. Okay, so there was something to try and do if for some reason secure boot ends up being a problem. Oh, Dapper's next and back and out of class. Awesome. Well, you didn't miss much. I'm just talking about, I think, although Ubuntu sounds very cool and I would totally love to check it out, I think I'll still follow through with just for now getting started with setting up the Linux Mint. And also I was able to double check some of the things that I want to have things set up for the Linux Mint. So now it's just a matter of um trying to get that last thing, trying to see whether or not I want to have you the EFI ticked on or off. Apparently it's the modern thing, but also sometimes it causes issues. But apparently there's something you could do to try to. So best case, I can do a boot with the EFI and it won't give me a headache. But then if it doesn't, if it's not the best case, I can always try a boot without it or try and do a workaround. I don't know. Not today though. Frankly, I'm kind of feeling it. This is just Oracle VirtualBox. So I think we'll try for EFI on. So 8,000 megabytes, 4 processors. I couldn't imagine being in a situation where I need more than 4. Okay, hold on. 32,768. So say I have to treat the main computer as its as its fullness, which means I could do 3 or 4 virtual things at once if I wanted to. I do want to try to figure out servers, but not right now though. And I would imagine servers probably need more. So that seems like that'd be a bigger piece of the pie. Okay, so I'll leave things as is. Because I definitely want to play around with servers in a future date. Davers next said, oh, I used that one for mod ops. That's cool. Mod, do you mean like modding or do you mean mod like modern? Okay, we're just gonna stick with this. I think that should be okay. All right, create. So 25 gigabytes looks good for that. Okay, so Leansmint, which somehow runs with Ubuntu, so I gotta play around with that a bit. Um, okay, cool. Okay, let me just double check. I don't think I want pre-allocate full size because I don't think I'm trying to do just one virtual. And I feel like that would mess something up if I did that. Okay, here. Maybe I'm just a little mixed up. Let's see. Um, Virtualization. How do I even allow ads? Like, I technically don't have an ad blocker for anything but YouTube right now, but So how do I, oh, okay, I guess I do. All right, how do I pause? Okay. Um, since, okay, modern operating systems. Okay, I thought you meant modern. Okay, so visualizing your first machine. Okay, since VirtualBox 7, you can quickly create and install the guest operating system of your virtual machine thanks to the Antutu mode. Sure. Hardware system is not perfect, so you might want to manually install the guest operating system just like you would a normal computer. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm just double checking what pre-allocate is. Okay, if you check the pre-allocate full size box, you can pre-allocate the space necessary for the maximum size of your virtual hard disk on your physical hard disk. The goal is to improve performance, ensure that you don't run out of disk space on the physical hard drive. However, this also means that a 50 gigabyte virtual hard disk will still take up 50 gigabytes of disk space on the physical hard disk, even if this one is empty for the moment. If you leave the pre-allocate full-size box unchecked, the space will not be pre-allocated. This means that the file present in this virtual hard disk will grow according to the data you add to it, and its maximum size will be the one you select. Yeah, I think I want to just keep that. Oof, GPT. I think I want to just keep that as is for false. That'll be good. Okay, so I'm so tired. Okay, finish. I swear, I used to be able to like do this for hours and hours and hours, but I'm out of practice. I'm so tired. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little soft. Okay, so I think we got it. Okay, we got it. Yay. So, graphics, remote desktop server, recordings, boot order, great, host driver. Okay, great. Default storage. Sounds great. All right. Wow, that took a while. Okay, so that's cool. Great. They didn't really give me a lot to work with that. Okay. So then I am digging the idea of regular Ubuntu at some point, maybe. Looking at that from a development standpoint is an interesting time. But also the server is an interesting time. Okay, so we're talking about memory. Minimum RAM is 1.5. Oh, okay, that's handy. So that's actually like less than a desktop. Or sorry. So this Ubuntu server is actually less required, which makes sense because the idea is you're just dealing with the terminal, which is kind of what I want to do anyway. Like, especially since I have a lot of one thing I didn't really get to spend a lot of time with during grad school or getting into grad school was like servers and stuff. I mean, I learned of servers because I took advanced distributed systems, and so we did learn of servers, but I didn't really get any opportunities to do practical experience because I was doing research at the time, and we were trying to my partner and I were trying to build on um, to something called Jigsaw, which was the ed tech um, program. And so I didn't really get to learn too much about, although it was distributed systems, although it was based on things that are relevant to servers and all that. Like I was more so just trying to figure out how to make a tweak, and then that didn't quite pan out. So I'm looking forward to getting some more hands-on experience with that. Um, okay, so while we're setting up virtual machine, that makes sense that that is less RAM required and less. Okay, here we go. So they are saying 25 or more. So I could keep that as is. Sounds like a plan. Okay, sure. Okay, so Ubuntu server, and then I'll get Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu server versus Linux Mint. Okay, I thought that was the case. Okay. So I mean I'm eager to learn about cinnamon, but I still like my mate though. So I kind of want to get mate. And I could see doing the server, but I also could see doing just a straight Ubuntu. Okay. What are the differences between Linux Mint and Ubuntu? Why do some people prefer one over the other? Okay. Okay. Carl Montague originally answered, what are the pros and cons of Linux Mint versus Ubuntu? Mark Schurer, leader of the Ubuntu project, wanted to create a Linux distribution that could compete visually and stylistically with Apple. So nice. It's really abstract backgrounds, left hand title bar buttons, and top main menu. If you're used to Macs, go with that. Not really. Clement Ferry, leader of the Linux project, wanted to create a Linux distribution that people used to traditional desktops would be familiar with, specifically Windows. The bottom panel, left-hand menu button, taskbar, quick launch icons, right-hand window buttons, and visual window menus, just like Windows. Oh, that explains it. Okay. Ubuntu is driven by a corporation run by a visionary director. Mint is driven by a community run by a man who's out to please his users. I like that. Not that Clem isn't a visionary or that Mark doesn't listen to his users. It's more the general focus of the projects. Both ways have advantages and disadvantages. I've Mint developers met. I've met Mint developers actively on the Mint forums asking for ideas and advice. It's actually real nice to be welcomed as a complete noob in that way. On the other hand, many Ubuntu forum hands have been at it for years. so they're very expert on what they're doing. Ubuntu is being developed for several devices. Oh, that is handy. Tablet, mobile phone, TV, etc. While Mint is focusing purely on the desktop. Really? Okay, I kind of dig that. I can see why getting Ubuntu is a good thing separately, because if I want to play around with mobile apps, smart home things, etc., that could be fun. Ubuntu is being developed for several devices, tablet, mobile phone, TV, etc., while Mint is focusing purely on the desktop. If you want a stylish train cross-device interface like Apple has, or like Microsoft is trying to have, then go for Ubuntu. If you want a good, stable desktop OS for running a small business on and watching YouTube, etc., then go for Mint. Mint Software Center is simple, whereas Ubuntu is complicated, stylish, and commercial. Full of ads. Oh, really? Bummer. Can I say it? I can't say it like that. Apart from that, they're pretty much both just Ubuntu underneath anyway, which is just Debian GNU Linux with some proprietary software and an easy installer. Smiles. Huh, okay. Makes you think, makes you think. All right, let's go give this a run. And then I think I'm gonna try and get a nap. Tell me I can power this on. Tell me. Okay, great. Okay, great. Start Linux Mint 22.1 Cinnamon 64-bit. Start Linux Mint 22.1 Cinnamon 64-bit companion mode. OEM install for manufacturer's boot from next volume. Great. Okay, first thing is I want to put on, I think, regular Vim, or is there a different Vim? Yeah, Vim. Okay, so if I Vim, I think it's like everything's kind of like mixed up in my head. I've learned so many different things. It's been so long ago. Let's see. I definitely want to get Vim. Let's see. Okay, Vim. Welcome. Download. Okay. Okay. We'll assume Unix will work. Okay. Great. So no local changes required. So we'll try it. Okay, start. Booting. Okay. It has been a while, but I feel like, okay, yeah. I'm like, hmm. It's not just supposed to be black. Okay. Installment. Hmm? Didn't I already do that? Was that not the point? Okay, hold on. Do I still need to do something? I feel like I shouldn't, but let's check. Okay, new release notes. Let's do that. It has been a while. It has been a long while since I used anything Linux related. Internet's working. That's good to know. Okay. Release notes. This is Linux Mint 22.1. Codename Sia, something like that, or Shia, or Sia. It could be Sia if we're doing the Japanese, not Chinese way of saying an X. Long-term support release LTS supported until April 2029. Great. Linux Mint 22.1 comes with updated software that brings refinements and many features to make your desktop experience more comfortable. No issue. Shutdown timeout. For your convenience, the shutdown timeout is reduced to 10 seconds. If you rely on lengthy operations to finish before shutdown, read that thing. VirtualBox display settings. If you are testing Linux Mint and VirtualBox, make sure to apply the following settings. Oh, you don't say. Great. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Display settings. To prevent black screens, change the VirtualBox graphics controller. Really, don't say. Okay. All right. So to do this, VMS. No, what? No, I'm already doing that. What? Great. That's already a big check. Nice. To change the VirtualBox graphics controller to VMS VGA to, okay, already good. Yay. Use VGMS VGA with 3D acceleration. Yes. No. What do you want from me here? Is it yes or no? What do you want? Okay. Increase the video memory to 128 megabytes. Oh, okay, 128. Where is that set to currently? Currently, this is set to 16. That is too low. Right. Makes sense. Okay. Can I change this now? Settings. Okay. Okay. Display. No, system. Let's try it. What? Okay. 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 No. Jeez. General. How do you? No. Cancel. Okay. So fine. Linux release notes. Okay. All right. How do I copy this information? So, oh, that's how I can copy. Okay. Copy. Pull that guy up. Put this there. What now? That did not work. That did not work. Okay. What? Okay, I feel like this was a problem I used to have and there's a fix for it. Ooh, wrong one. Oops. Okay, wrong one. Did that still not work? That still did not work. Okay. So they said increase the video, disable 3D acceleration. It leads to rendering issues with applications which use WebKit or GTK4. Okay, so no 3D, what? No 3D acceleration. And we are talking about a display issue. Oh, that's definitely a display thing. Okay, settings, display. I am not able to fix it currently. Okay. Hopefully it's one of those things I just have to power down. The file, close, power off. Save the machine state. See if that helps anything. Saving the state. Okay, hopefully that's going to be an easy thing to figure out. Okay, so settings, still no. Display, still no. Okay, Xing out. Virtual administrator, yes. Display, can I change things? Settings. Okay. What? How can I not? Okay. Let's pretend the problem is that I saved the state when I should have powered it down. Also, maybe there's another way I can look at settings. Okay, let me try one of the menu options. Machine. All right, let's try that. Same problem. Same problem. Why? Weird. Um, Weird. So they say that I gotta make the tweaks, but then I try. I would love to. How do you do this? How do you make that happen? VirtualBox display settings. If you're testing Linux Mint in VirtualBox, trying. Okay. My mouse is in a box. Okay then. So, still trying to do that. Also, do I need to? Didn't I already technically install it? Is that not what in fact I am doing? Using it? Oh yeah, that technically is what I'm doing right now. Well, good. Maybe? I don't know. Cancel. All right. Well, I don't know. It says I should make these tweaks, and I would love to. But I don't know. Okay. 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 Cool, cool. I kind of forgetful on how I can remove the mouse from the Okay, cool. Everything is working very nicely inside the box. And that is great. But also, I don't know how to get it to not be inside the box. Okay, then. Continue. English. Sounds like a plan. Back. Oh, it's nice to have multimedia codecs, I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like great. Okay. Detach keyboard layout. Press one of the following keys. That's a Q. That's a Z. Is the following key present on your keyboard? Nope. Um, no. Oh no. Definitely not. Uh-uh. Nope. Nope. No. Great. We agree. Continue. Okay. Yes, for the multimedia codecs. Okay. What? This computer currently has no detected operating systems. Okay, so the important thing to bear in mind is this is a virtual box. So it should be limited only to what's going on here. I'm hoping, but I'm a little concerned. I don't need my Windows 11 getting messed up. So that would be not good. Advanced features. Okay, so, oh yeah, I can't use my mouse outside of this. It's kind of a problem. What's the magic button? What's the magic key? Exit. Well, okay then. Are you sure I don't have anything that's a operating system? This looks like an operating system that has files and everything. And a terminal. I don't think they know what they're talking about. Okay. I definitely don't need everything disappeared. So we're just gonna quit. And then, oof, everything I'd typically be doing to try to leave, I can't. Okay, let me look that up. Ooh, my phone is hot. Virtual box mouse capture. What do you need to do to get out of mouse capture land? There we go. How to do that? I forgot. It's been a minute. In the virtual box manager, under settings, input, ensure that your host key is set correctly and that auto capture keyboard is unchecked. Oh, okay. You can change it afterwards to your preferred setting, but check to see if anything was changed to begin with. I literally can't go to my... Huh. Okay. Left control? Oh, you don't say. Does that help anything? Okay. To return ownership of keyboard and mouse to your host operating system, VirtualBox features a special key on your keyboard for itself, the host key. By default, this is the right control key on your keyboard. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, so although they're saying install Linux, okay, let's just Google it. Why fight it? I just love Googling things. What can I say? Oh, also, I was in the middle. Forgot. I forgot what I was doing. Silly me. Hold on. Before I got everything all stuck. Can this just not capture? Hold on. Input, keyboard, mouse, integration. Okay. Yeah, this is better not capturing my stuff. That's kind of annoying. I kind of like not getting stuck and forgetful and panicky. Yeah. Way more than. Okay. Stable. Check for updates. I would really love to fix things like they said they want, but I don't know how to, like at all. Because it's not letting me at all. Cool. Okay. All right. So forgot what I was doing. Paste. What? No. Oh, that worked just fine, but I didn't want that. Does that mean I can't? Oh, come on. I know there's a way to do it. Okay. I know there's a way to do it. I think it's a setting I have to set though. I know there's a way to do it. Paste. Ah, come on. Okay. VirtualBox, copy, and paste from host. Or the other way. Okay. Okay, here. Hold on, I like that one. Okay. How to copy and paste between a VirtualBox host machine and guest machine. That's what I need. There's no need for guest editions to copy text between host and guest machines in VirtualBox. To enable copying and pasting, power off the virtual machine, then go to settings, journal, advanced, such. Oh yeah, shared clipboard. That's okay. So I'm gonna power this off, and hopefully powering off will help with that, but also give me the opportunity to fix the display settings. Shared, set, general, advanced. Okay. Settings, general. Advanced, general, advanced, shared keyboard. Beautiful. Bidirectional, bidirectional. Okay. Settings. Still? Okay, now I can do something. Okay, 128. What? 128. And then they said to have 3D enable, 3D, 3D whatever disabled. Advanced description, racing system. One monitor, Linux and storage. Audio. Audio input? I mean, that would be helpful. USB. Okay, cool. Ooh, shared folders. Yes. Oh, I remember shared folders. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Folder path. Other. Where do I want this? Desktop. 2025. Let's just be boring. Can I not? Okay. I can't see what I'd typically be able to see. That's kind of annoying. Okay. Cancel. Cancel. Okay. Okay. Folder. 2025. Computer science 2025. Love it. It's been too long. Been too long. VirtualBox. and Linux cinnamon, yeah, Linux mint cinnamon, yums. Twenty-two point one. Let's go. All right. I'm psyched. Oh, it's like I didn't even take a break for years and years. Fun. Okay. Settings. Shared folder. Add. Desktop. This guy. That guy. Let's go. Select that folder. Heck yeah. Love that. Auto mount. Yes. Open. Okay. Site. All right. Okay. I returned things back to what I was expecting. And compatibility mode. That's interesting. I wonder if there's any benefits to running it in compatibility mode. Okay, here we go. Solved. What exactly is compatibility mode? There are no such things as. I'm trying to use Mint, etc. I have issues with shutdown or restart not working. The hardware is not working. The hardware that doesn't perfectly boot from live USB. So it's different about compatibility mode. I am very experienced with Microsoft Windows troubleshooting, but I'm very new to Linux. Okay. Compatibility mode backlists the Wi-Fi driver B43 because of some freezing problems. Disables fast graphics. Mode switching disables the advanced conversion and power interface and doesn't level dispatch. Great, that's better. Okay. So then the question is, do I really have to install Linux? VirtualBox, install Linux Mint? Is that really a thing I need to do still? I feel like, what? That's all the backwards. It's all very backwards. Okay. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. So, Linux Mint is considered one of the best distributions for new Linux users. Its flagship SIMD is one of the most popular desktop environments, giving your system the look and feel of classic Windows-styled desktop. If you want to try Linux Mint to see if it fits your needs, you could try installing it on a virtual machine. This way, you can run Mint inside your current system without changing your settings partition or bitter. Yes, that's the idea. Okay. One of the safest ways out there is as you get to run Linux like a regular desktop. Application inside your current operating system. Oracle's open source virtualization tool, VirtualBox, is available for free on major desktop operating systems, i.e. Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. In this beginner's tutorial, it will show you the steps for installing Linux Mint in VirtualBox. I'm including the screenshots for each step so that you can easily follow the tutorial. Installing Linux Mint in VirtualBox. You can follow the steps on any operating system, be it Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. You just need to install VirtualBox and the operating system rest steps remain the same. Great. So we have the VirtualBox all loaded up, and we have the virtual machine set up with a name. So congratulations. Before configuring any hardware resource value, please make sure that you're aware of system requirements. Okay, 2 gigabytes of RAM would be okay, but won't give you enough experience. 3 gigabytes is a comfortable amount if your system has 8 gigabytes of RAM. I chose to set my virtual machine to 4 gigabytes because my system's plenty of RAM. Okay. One of the common confusions regarding RAM consumption. Let's say your Windows system has 8 gigabytes of RAM and you assign 3 gigabytes of RAM to your Linux Mint in VirtualBox. If you're running Linux Mint inside VirtualBox, your real system called your host will have 5 gigabytes of RAM available. If you are not running Linux Mint inside your VirtualBox at the moment, the entire gigabytes will be billed to your host. Sure. So, step 3. Next, choose virtual hard disk. Now, option to click create. Right? Choose the virtual storage selection method recommended dynamically allocated. Set your storage. Step 4. Optional advanced settings. Once VirtualBox has been created, click the settings button. Now go to the settings section. Specify the video memory and check 3 in it. So that is supposed to be part of graphics, but I did not see it there though. Yeah, no idea. Okay. Okay, then don't forget to enable 3D acceleration, but Linux means no, thank you. Then click the system tab, press through and choose how many threads you would like to. Really? Really? You don't say. My system is a 4-core, 4-thread system, and I choose to assign half of the CPU capability, i.e. 2 threads. Okay, so technically I already have that. Once you have configured everything, click OK. Step 5. Then the system says go to storage. From the left sidebar, click on the optical drive empty as shown in the box image below. Really? You'll be asked to browse to the Linux Mint ISO file. Okay, I did that. Once you have selected your ISO, click the start button and that's it. Now ISO will start running as if you're booting up from live USB. Next, you need to press enter whilst your options start Linux Mint as per the picture below. Sure. Let's start. Okay, so you do have to. That's what I thought. Let's start the installation procedure. Choose the language. Right. Great. I'm using UK, so I have a UK keyboard layout. You can choose the one you want. Sounds great. Then it says, you may check the box to download and install any third-party software during this installation. Great. You can proceed to erase. Okay, you can proceed to erase the disk and install. Great. This is why I just wanted to double check. I'm pretty sure, but I also don't want to. I'd be ditzy, and I don't want to disallow something so important. So erase this. Really, this step may seem scary because you may think that it will harm your real system. Let me assure you that it won't do any damage to your actual disk. Remember, you created 10 to 20 gigabytes of virtual disk in step 3. Now you're inside that disk. When it asks for erasing the disk, it is erasing the virtual disk created for it. It doesn't patch your real system disk. I said, great. That's what I thought, but it has been well, so I was trying to confirm that. Okay, here we go. Well, that's thinking. Oh, okay, it says right here to right control to get out. Huh? What's going on? Okay, great. Boy, howdy, I'm impatient. Release notes. Okay. Anything new I need to know about? 23:47. I gotta fix that time. Anyway, hold on. That is not the right time. All right. Shutdown timeout. Virtual box display settings. Okay, so that's the extended features. Is there someone that's extended features? Display. No, I didn't even have that option. What? Settings. Display. Extended features. No. Well, okay then. I don't know. 128 megabytes. That's a check. Then it says enable nested paging. To avoid garbled screens during the live session, enable nested paging in system acceleration. System acceleration. Okay. I don't think this is something I could do. What? Okay. Okay, hold on. What? I don't know if that's working. So it says system, but it also says there's 3 tabs. Motherboard processor acceleration. I don't see that. I see motherboard and processor, but no acceleration. Okay. I'm gonna assume something's off, and I'm not gonna. Okay. Xrd crashed in virtual machines. Installing the multimedia codecs, Mint meta codecs results in the installation of. Okay. Well, great. Xrd crashed in virtual machines. I don't even have the option to put on 3D. Installing the multimedia codecs, Mint meta codecs results in the installation of GStreamer 1.0-VA API. Okay. So put it on, but remove. Okay, fine. A more modern, slimmer version of the Ubuntu font family is now shipped as standard. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and what? Oh, right. That's called English. Continue. That's called English. Continue. That's called sure. Continue. But then I gotta remove the one I gotta remove. Okay, just 3. Okay, great. So we're at this part now. Quit, back, install now. Should be fine. We're just limited to what's going on in VirtualBox. I got confirmation. If you continue, the changes listed below will be written to the disk. Otherwise, you will be able to make further changes manually. This partition of the font devices are changed. SCS13000 STA. The following partitions are going to be formatted. Partition 1 of SCS STA as ESP and version 2 of SCSI 13 I3 000 STA as X4. That seems weird. You would think that those numbers represent a location and they both were at the same location, and that's a little weird. Okay. Well, hopefully nothing too crazy happens. Okay, time zone. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good time zone. Continue. Who am I? Oh, okay. Private information time. Hi. Okay, who am I? All right. Oh, $1 million questions. Let's see. I kind of had to give up on my ability to make passwords that were not easy to break. So I like running generators and making tweaks. All right. Okie dokie. Oh, let's put that in. Okay, got a strong password. Okie dokie. Continue. All right. Copying files. Okay. Whew, I'm running out of steam. We're about to wind this live down so I can close my eyes for a bit. Like, even with these glasses on, my eyes are not a fan. Oh. Okay, so they're saying I have to remove GStreamer, and that way I can potentially avoid that one crash. Ready? Okay. So this will be perfectly fine and wonderful for utilizing C, but I feel like I do need something a little more um advanced for doing C++, but I don't know. I can double check if it makes sense to say C++ with them. Okay, okay, great. That's weird. All right. Okay, cool, cool. Like if this works for it, if Vim works for C++, I'm not opposed to that. I think that's awesome. I had a lot of great times doing Vim. Okay, cool. Okay, it looks like I should be able to do some things. Okay, there's like a lot going with that, but cool. Okay, so great. So this will work for C++. That's good to know. That's all right. That's still going. Oh, wait, I am feeling it. And I'm telling you, I'm out of practice. I used to be able to just sit very nicely for hours and hours and hours, not feel phased at all. And I'm just like, gotta keep thinking, oh, I gotta go ahead and do this in an hour and a half. Ah, gee whiz. Oh, crap, I'm gonna be driving. I gotta make sure I'm rested for that. Ah, man, life has definitely changed since then. I had more time to know that I could hang out on the computer. Well, this has been nice. Oh, LibreOffice, nice. Oh, that must be why I'm used to LibreOffice when I had Linux in the past. Oh, okay, so Blender still works for here. That's good to know. Oh, I forgot. I could, no? I mean, I'm already using what? VirtualBox with them, VirtualBox with them, VirtualBox. I don't need it. I don't think I need that much VirtualBox. Oscar Rain said hi, Becky. Hi. And everything. Oscar Rain said you're awesome. Oh, thank you. I'm tired is what I am right now. Gee whiz. Yeah, I think I'm about to wind the stream down and then take a break for a bit. Gotta go try to see my boyfriend. Hopefully he doesn't mind my haircut. I got a little crazy yesterday trying to change things up a bit. Got way too short. But it'll grow back. It'll grow back. Oh, Midnight Oscar Rain, how are you doing? Hopefully you're still here. I keep missing out on things. So I'm not good at paying attention. Oh, it's taking a while. Okay, it's almost there. It's almost there. So I have to remove the one thing if I want to try to avoid that. Oh, okay, it's almost done. It looks like it's doing its final stretch. So the goal is to remove the thing that's causing the issue and then install the Vim. And I think that's a good place to put a pin on things. Okay, cool. Boy, come on, final stretch, let's go. I'm so sleepy. I got so much to do. 14, 13. Okay, great. Downloading. What? Okay. I feel like I should have been able to do some other things, but I knew how to do some things with the command. It's kind of my favorite thing to do. Like as much as I enjoy having it, I sometimes I just make stuff so much harder. It took forever a day for me to like set C++ up on Microsoft 10 operating system with Visual Studio Community. It took forever. It's so much easier, not all of that. All right. Installation is finished. You can continue testing Linux Mint now, but until you restart the computer, any changes you make or documents you save will be preserved. Okay, we're going to restart that now, and then we're going to try to remove that. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I need the release notes. so I could see vision of the installation medium, then how. Okay, how do I do that? Okay, how do you technically do that? Optical drives. Okay, I think I need to somehow unmount that. Uh, hmm, cool. Another thing to Google. Awesome. Okay, so VirtualBox, please remove the installation medium. How do you do that? How do you do that? Okay, this is asking to remove whatever media. I don't have it. They used to put the installer and then press. Sure, that sounds great, but how do you do that though? Okay, if you have a virtual disk, this is the screen on which you click machine in the top left hand corner and then click storage. And you have to choose the second option underneath storage devices. Go to the right and look under attributes and uncheck the box that says live CD, DVD. I hope this helps. Okay, did it? Looks like it might have helped. Hopefully it helps me too. That'd be great. Okay, devices? Machine? Pretty sure they said machine. Hold on. What? Machine, yeah. Okay, machine of the storage. I don't see it. Nope. Settings? Storage? Great. Um, okay, I'm at storage. That's the idea, right? Okay. Then you have to choose the second option underneath storage devices. Go to the right and look under attributes and uncheck the box that says live CD, DVD. Not seeing that. Uh, Not seeing that. That's kind of a problem. Okay, that's not checked. Great. What about this one? Okay, there's no such thing. That's already checked as, that's already unchecked. Um, that's not even an op. Okay. Okay. Well, as with many things, when it's giving you the business, you turn off and turn on again and see what happens. Hopefully good things. Ugh. Okay, starting the virtual machine. Is it the same problem? Because I wouldn't know. But this is called more research. Yay. Fun. Okay, great. That's called great. Awesome. It is what you call working. Okay. Becky828. Let's go. All right. I need some privacy. Privacy. Okay. I need some privacy, privacy, privacy. It's a good thing I have a lot of experience having to do this particular thing because my job, it's always a random password and you gotta change it pretty regularly. So piece of paper method works out great. Ooh, okay, that's doing the thing maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Woo, let's go. I mean, sorry, jumping the gun. Welcome to Linux Mint. Welcome to your new operating system. This welcome screen will guide you through your first steps, show you how to find help and where to get more information on Linux Mint. On behalf of the development team and everyone involved in the project, we'd like to thank you for choosing Linux Mint. We hope you enjoy using it as much as we enjoy working on it. Have a great time and don't hesitate to send us your feedback. Let's go. Desktop colors, launch. One thing I learned about my time as a computer science student, getting into and getting through grad school is, oh, my eyes, they don't like it. So dark mode for me, thank you. Let's see, color, I like green. I like green. Green's a fun time. Contrast is, ow, that hurts. Yes, I like that. Oh, my eyes don't hurt. That's what I like. That's what I like. Yeah, I like green. All right. Advanced settings. Let's see. Mouse pointer. I like that. That's a fun time. Applications. Okay. Looks cool. Yeah. Icon. Very cool. Desktop. Okay. Okay, great. Looks good. Am I done? Style. It's X. Ow. My eyes. Ow. My L. Interesting. Interesting. That's interesting. And Y. Okay. Okay. My X. Ow. My eyes. Please. No light. I cannot. That is not a thing I can. Ow, my eyes. Dark. Okay, mint L or seriously? I can only light. What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you guys? Mint Y. Okay, Y. Okay, that's Y. Gotcha, gotcha. Or L. Anything different? Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to do that. Okay, let's see. Ha. Yeah. Or Y. Ow. I need to see things. Oh, okay. No, I'm not trying to do that though. Okay. Can I make this smaller? Yes, great. Can I put it up? I can make it bigger. Oh, that's what I have to do. Sure, why not? Okay. Okay. I see. I see. I'm looking now. Okay. Versus ow. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I gotta say, I like the bigger buttons for yeah, I like Y. That's better. Y is like I like the bigger buttons. That's more my jam. Okay. Y it is. Two deli and two boot snapshots are recommended. If anything breaks, you can restore the computer as its previous working state. That sounds like a fun time. Let's launch that. Okay, password time again. Privacy. Woo! Yep. Privacy for me. Yeah. Mm, mm. Okay, authenticate that. Yes. Okay, so let's snapshot type. Help. rsync center. Snapshot are created by creating copies of system files using rsync and hard linking unchanged files from previous snapshot. All files are copied when first snapshot is created. Subject such as are incremental, unchanged files will be hard linked from the previous snapshot if available. That sounds good. Snapshots can be saved to any disk format with a Linux file system. Saving snapshots to non-system or external disk allows sending restored even if this is damaged or format. That's exactly my thoughts. Okay. File. Oh. Sorry, I wasn't sure. Files and directories can be excluded to save this space versus. Do I even have the option? I don't. Oh, great. Next. All right. That's going to do its thing. I guess I just got to power through. I feel like it's too late to try to sleep now, but I could try and get some dinner time in. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, hope he doesn't freak out with my hair too much. All right. What now? Okay, so I guess he wants it to go to the SDA. Okay, that's probably fine. Devices displayed above have Linux file systems. Devices with Windows file systems are not supported. DFS, FAT, etc. Remote network locations are not supported. Okay. Snapshots are saved to. Okay. So that sounds like another question. rsync snapshot. Okay. Save rsync snapshot to Windows. How to create snapshot of my system using rsync? Something like this. Let's see. Right now I'm using SCP to copy directions from a Linux server to Windows 10 box. I'd like to use something like rsync instead, since the directory is fairly big and only a couple of files changed. I have PowerShell running as a default shell when I SSH into the Windows box. That makes a difference. I ended up installing CRG and made sure to also install the rsync package. Then I modified my path environment variable to include CYG bin directory. I was then able to call rsync from PowerShell to confirm installation worked. After that, I was able to successfully use rsync on my Linux machine to transfer files to Windows machine. Okay. Is there a way to do that without doing that? Like just. Okay, so I literally just want to put my Linux. Okay, let me put it that way. Linux Mint snapshot. I'm like, how do I just save it on Windows? How to snapshot Windows? Saving time shifts on a new direct soft. What's the time? Where'd you say snap? Here. Save your. Okay. Okay, can I save time shift on save time shift on Windows 11? Can you do that? Copy. That's the idea. Okay. Okay. In case when computer A is physically damaged and I can restore Linux Mint conversions to a new computer, I attempt to save a copy of a snapshot from timeshift backup to a separate media, external hard drive, USB drive, etc. Here is my steps, but I encounter some error messages. Okay. Further going behind because you don't have permissions to read it. Sure. Yes, that's true. Linux is not. What? Question. If I cannot save copy images from computer A to B, how can B be restored as same as computer A when A is completely physically damaged? By creating timeshift snapshots from computer A directly to a separate disk, like a USB drive. Then if you need to restore computer B, you can run timeshift and change location and settings to point to the separate disk. Okay. But can you not? The hard links won't be any good though. Ah, okay. Cool. Did you mean the method mentioned by Jerry above doesn't work? Correct. Timeshift uses rsync with hard links. They will only work when the original drive is intact and capable of being restored to previous time. You cannot copy them to a different drive and then try to make them work with a replacement SSD, HDD. The rsync links have been broken. Oh. This is complete nonsense. You should not write about time shift until you know how it works. True. Okay. However, if you create the backup directly to an external USB drive, the links will be properly maintained with reference to that drive. We agree on that point. He's talking about replacing a correct drive with a new drive and trying to use timeshift to restore an old drive to the new drive. As long as you don't know what a hard link is, you should not write about it. Try to understand these two sentences as start of studying timeshift. A hard link is nothing other than an additional directory entry file name plus inode number pointing to an existing file. 1.1 of course, hard links and the file they point to has to be on the same partition. 2. Every timeshift snapshot is a complete and independent copy of its source. Adhere an additional teaching hour in TS. Hard links in TS snapshots does not point to the original files. The first snapshot is a complete copy. Complete files on the destination where they use the same amount of space as the links in the source. In the second snapshot, files in the source that are unchanged, since the first snapshot are represented through hard links pointing to these unchanged files in the first snapshot. Copying a snapshot would simply copy all files changed and unchanged because of point 2 above. Okay. A new drive. Trying to use the TS snapshot to restore from a bad corrupt drive to a new replacement drive. And then later someone said that's not what Jerry F said to do though, emphasis added. This will in fact work in principle, might run into hardware incompatibilities, but minor and resolvable issue. It's also exactly what one would do to fix computer A, albeit you might need to do a minimal install of LM to the new HDD first. Woo-wee. Okay. That's a lot. How are you still following the thread? If so, what problem are you trying to solve? A timeshift archive can be copied. Use the contrary. Goodness gracious. Okay. There's only rsync snapshots available. Snapshots are created by creating copies of system files using rsync and hard linking unchanged files from previous snapshot. Okay. All files are copied when first snapshot is created. Subsequent snapshots are incremental. Unchanged files will be hard linked from the previous snapshot if available. Okay. Snapshots can be saved to any disk formatted with, a Linux file system. Saving snapshots to a non-system or external use disk allows the system to be restored even if system disk damage is damaged or reformat. Files and directories can be excluded to save disk space. So it says that you can save snapshots to a non-system or external. So saving RS to not, saving rsync snapshot to non-system. We'll see if that helps anything. Gee whiz, it's just a bunch of back and forth on that one. Saving rsync snapshots on non-system. Goodness gracious. How to create on my on current university. Do you have something that's helpful? Be lazy? What? Easy automated snapshot style backups of Linux and rsync. Well, I do like the idea, but I also don't want to do anything too complicated right now. Even I'm trying to like hold back. Life's kind of been a lot of that already. Huh? Okay, move a cloud. Sure. Backing up and restoring. Okay. Create backup with rsync. Sure. What? Whoa. What? Ooh. Okay. I've lost the plot. Well, Okie dokie. I have too many tabs up. I don't even know where Restream is anymore. Oof. That's weird. Okay then. I have so many things pulled up. Let me close some of these. Like, I can't even bail out. I was trying so fiercely to try to figure out where the icon was so I could try and hit the um mute, but I couldn't hit the mute. Wow, my phone probably shouldn't be smelling like overheating. Ugh, yeah, that's smelling like a bad time. Hopefully I didn't do anything to hurt it. All right. Okay. Oh, hi Java for 2.109. Oh gee, I missed a few things. Okay, JavaScript 3.09 said, hi. Then JavaScript 3.09 says, is there a problem with the computer or what? No. My bot was thinking mods. JavaScript 3.09 said, wow. JavaScript 3.09 said computer science. And that is awesome. Thank you. JavaScript 3.09 said that a lot of things. Yes. We've been on a discovery here. I'm trying to I've been meaning to like start doing some of my own projects, and I'm just kind of like trying to set up as good a starting foundation as possible to try and like help with that. So it's been an interesting live going over some things, but I lost the plot. I don't even know where Restream is anymore. I've had so many tabs up, I didn't even realize. It is definitely computer science time because that's pretty much what happened to every single class. I would get to a point where I was just lost in tabs. Okay. Let me throw some more of these out. I still don't know. Oh, okay. Now I see it. Oh no. Is there a different one? Okay, I'm still streaming. Okay, great. Wow. That's so funny. Uh, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. There's more. Java underscore 3.0 said a lot of things. Java underscore 3.09 said and a lot of things to understand. And Java underscore 3.0 said and you're pretty good at it. Oh, thank you. Uh, and Java underscore 3.0 said and honestly pretty. Well, thank you for that too. And Java underscore 3.109 Java underscore 3.109 said awesome with a cool emoji and a thumbs up emoji and a lot of quotation, not quotation marks. Yes, no, exclamation points. JavaScript 2.109 said I didn't know you play Roblox. Oh, yes? Oh, lucky. Lucky you. I don't know if you have Roblox, but it was brought to my attention yesterday that I needed to start a fresh account for when I feel like doing Roblox streams. So I don't know if you play Roblox, but if you do and you are interested, I do have that account that I feel very comfortable sharing my uh information with. I literally just started yesterday, so I haven't really done anything. But that's my handle. Um Breezy Life 153 is the name, and then at Breezy Life is 153 is the handle, sure. And I'm looking forward to creating some things for Roblox. That would be a fun thing to do, as time allows, of course. That's pretty much everything with my life, though, as time allows. A lot of that. But if you're at all interested in finding me on Roblox, this is the one you could totally find me at. Yeah. Okay. So JavaScript 3.1 said that let it logos is still, yeah, I was looking at I was researching um develop like doing a Roblox stuff as a developer. That'd be a fun thing to do sometimes. JavaScript 3.109 said backup to separate media. Yeah, I got the VirtualBox, I installed the Linux. Now I'm just trying to decide like how to do the snapshot thing that they want me to figure out. JavaScript 3.109 said I understand. And Nightbot was doing their thing in mods, which is awesome. And then that's what I just sent. Great. Wow, it's getting late. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Okay, so I was trying to see if it made sense to expect that I could put snapshots like in the shared folder, so that way if something should happen, I don't lose the information entirely. I mean, technically I could just save the states. Oh yeah, hold on. Couldn't I just do that? Okay, so if I can't do snapshots of the Linux mint, the next best thing would just be able to save the states of the virtual box itself. Okay. Save virtual box states. And then that way I'm already dealing with something that's on Windows. So I don't have to worry about. I feel like that's something I used to do. Okay. Save virtual box states as backup. Oh, it's ISO. Was that what it was? Oh, okay, I think that's what it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, save state clarification. Great. I like clarification. Hi, I'm very new to Verizon software and tests on my own. Okay, great. Someone had a response. They said you're mostly correct, except you seem to be describing snapshots, not save states. A live snapshot taken with the while the VM is running does, however, include a memory dump, aka saved state. Cool. You can create saved states without using snapshots, but they don't work the way you describe. A save state is like a hybrid. Okay, great. You can't easily back up individual snapshots. Can't easily. Or save states, or many of them by themselves. Better to back up the entire VM folder. Gotcha. Another option is to create the save state per to and back up the VM folder. Right. Two. Either way, back up the folder. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so then if that's the case, virtual machine folder. So which folder am I? Oh, is that the folder I'm supposed to back up? Oh, probably. That would make sense. That would. Okay, but there's nothing going on in there. Okay, then. Okay, so backing up VirtualBox folder. Sure, let's try that. Backing uh, up VirtualBox folder. I gotta eat something and go drive nice. I'm gonna do a car walk. Okay, how do you do that? I want to back up my entire system with all programs and files that are currently installed on my VM. How can I do this? If I lose my computer or something goes wrong with my operating system, I would like to have this secured, the securely back, the security backup? Sure. To back up full VM in VirtualBox, we only need to save your virtual hard drive that has the .vdi extension. Okay. On Linux, the HD is usually in. Really? That's all you need? Oh. To back up a full VM, you only need to save your virtual hard drive that has a .vdi extension. Okay. How do I find that? Okay. Privacy. Privacy. Okay. Uh, hmm. I assume I gotta go to operating systems. I assume I gotta go to program files. And then that's Oracle. Yes, Oracle, VirtualBox, gotcha. Then what? Cool. Cool. Anything that makes sense? No. Okay, great. So next best thing to check would be for what's listed under my users, my name. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Not seeing it. Okay. 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 Great, great, great. Oh, Yandy. Okay. Okay. Back to demo mode. So effectively, you have to go through users and your username. Then you have to look for the folder called VirtualBox VMs. Then you go and choose the one that's, um, whatever the one is, the one you're trying to work with. Then they have logs and snapshots. So is this what they're talking about? No, there's nothing there. Cool. So VDI, this is the idea. Virtual disk image. So this is the one that I would want to back up. So I think it's one of the situations. I say next. I let it do its thing. I don't worry about the fact that I can't back it up here, outside of here. Let me see. Create a time snapshot. Okay. 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 Well, that helps. Okay. That's gonna take a while. Oh, come on. I keep finding things that take too long. I'm good at that. Ah, okay, I'm gonna let that do its thing. And then what? Okay, I still have to do the one thing. Okay, I feel like better use of my time would be to cancel for now. Wizard, what can I do with? I don't have the option to BTRS. Finish. Um, settings, schedule, location, this date format. Yeah, okay, filters. Type, location. Okay, cool. Valve, elevated privileges, file system. I'm curious if my shared folder is currently mounted and available. Don't think so. Okay, those seem to be all relevant to the virtual box. Desktop, in the desktop, file system. Oh, time just keeps ticking along. So time shift would go there. Mount? Let's try that. No, I was hoping. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so no, not there. Devices. Okay, network. Nemo. Okay. So, uh, close that. Close that. Jerry manager, update manager, launch. Okay. Apply the update. Privacy. See. So X, C, M. Mhm. Okay, I'm psyched. I'm super psyched. Okay. Oh, that's a lot that needs to work on. All right. Unfortunately, I only have so much time that I have. Um, so we're gonna close this down. I'm going to save the state. Okay. So then I'm curious if this got updated. Okay, if I refresh, did it get updated now? Yes. Okay, beautiful. So this is what I would likely back up. Great. So what I'll do is I'll create a new folder and I will call this previous states or previous VDIs. And then I'll take this here and I will paste that there. Great. So then that will be all ready for later, whenever that is. I don't know. My life's a hot mess. I don't know when later is, but I'm glad that today worked out. Um, I do have to get going. All of that stuff I was saying still applies. So I'm gonna start heading out. So 5 minutes. I'm gonna to put something in the chat as you'd like before I close down the stream. 5 minutes and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting now. And then I gotta get going. Okay. So nice. I guess I forgot to actually share that part. So what I ended up doing, let me go over that real quick. What I ended up doing is I found the .vdi. So, okay, I saved the state of the virtual box and I did confirm that it updated this file. So I took this file, I made a copy of it. I made a folder called previous VDIs and I just pasted it in there. So that way I can play around with some things. In fact, what I could probably do now, I have the option of just leaving it as and then expecting the 1, 2, 3 to take effect, or I could just change the name of things. The reason why I would prefer to just keep it the name it is it's easier to make a tweak if in case I need to use it in the future, because sometimes a program is looking for a specific name and it's done in a specific way in order for it to work. And so I'm not going to want to try and do something that would affect the ability for the software to function correctly because it's so busy looking for a certain name and then it doesn't find it. Okay, so we're still seeing if anybody has anything to chat before I head out because I do have to get going. Time is not my friend yet again. Oh, but you are getting so freaking close. Actually, I just remembered that one part about release notes for Linux Mint. I'm hoping, Cinnamon, I'm hoping having it up will remind me to do something about it. I'm hoping. That would be like super. So I have to remove a thing. Oh, I gotta get going. Alrighty. I'm about to close down the stream. I do appreciate people coming by and chatting with me for a bit while I worked on computer sciencey stuff. Ooh. That's not everybody's cup of tea. So I'm appreciative of anybody's interest. Right. Well, winding down time. I am pooped. I gotta get going. Did not quite do the math right on that. Okay, I can't really do a full dinner, but I can grab a snack real quick. Alrighty, I guess there's a no on the chats. Let me double check. Oh, TikTok. Let's see. Let me throw some more of these tabs off. Gee whiz. Just got so many tabs open right now. It has been a while. Okay. Hello, user 4749227. Bye-bye. Oh, that's sweet. Darnell Walker and TikTok was kind enough to send 21 flowers. All right, that's called time. Time. That's called time. I'm so used to this being the portrait view. Anyway, that is called time. I gotta get going. Thank you so much to everybody who checked out the stream. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and head on out. And as far as what I'm gonna do with the rest of today with streaming, I don't know. But right now, I'm very happy that things went great with this computer science live stream. Yay! We're all much closer to coding time. Yay, yay. So happy about that. All right, thank you so much, JavaScript 3.109. Thank you, Nightbot. Thank you, Jabbersnag. Oops. Thank you, Naive Fuse, Lage PX Woko, something like that. Thank you, Prince Christian. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Malumat. Thank you, wonderful. Really do appreciate you spending time with me at the start of the stream. And thank you to anyone who I may have missed. And thank you to anyone who might check this out in the future. Hold on, let me double check. Thank you to Darnell Walker. Thank you very much. But yeah, thank you to anyone who might check this out in the future. Stranger things have happened, and whenever, wherever, how, or whatever, just make the most of it. That's the most important part.